appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. They tear that happy. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like go and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. You know, they put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what they happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our midweek edition of The Closing Argument. Share this show. Send in your comment. Let us know what's on your mind. Today is going to be a very busy day when it comes to the closing argument. We are going to be talking history, deep history. We are also going to be touching on the 80s, the coup, and subsequently the execution of 13 men on South Beach. We are also going to delve into what precipitated the coup and the subsequent execution of government officials of Liberia. And after we have done that, we are going to curve back to what's happening. Some will say the head of the evil that brought this coup upon us has reared its head again. This time, we are going to be asking some very, very, very uncomfortable questions. Today is April 22nd, when 13 men were executed in Liberia for crimes against them. According to the PRC, People's Redemption Council, and the tribunal that was set up or established to try those that were accused of rampant corruption, human rights abuses, nepotism, cronyism, theft, etc., etc. I want to warn you in advance that the conversation today may not be sexy. It may be very difficult for some of you or some of us on both divides of this argument. And when I listen to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of the Republic of Liberia, talk about reconciliation, some folks want to ask, what did she do to reconcile our country? The rift between those that staged the coup on behalf of the poor, the downtrodden, the aborigines, the natives. We want to make the case that yes, this coup was necessary. And we are going to lay out their claims why the coup was necessary. And some of their argument is steep in history. And then we are going to take the side of those who were executed, their children and their grandchildren. Who would like to defend the old order? The oligarchs and children of the oligarchs and the associate of the oligarchs. And then we also going to examine those who wanted to replace the oligarchs. Not because they were corrupt or because they wanted change, but because they themselves wanted to be the oligarchs. So today is a very historic day in our life. It's very contentious. I want you to relax, get your popcorn. It's going to be fiery, going to be fiercely debated. With all due respect, we are going to look at history. You know, history has a way of reminding us, whether you like it or not, For those of you who were never born or were not born or your parents were not born, before some of these events, we are going to remind you. We are going to go all the way from 1822 when the settler arrived to today. Decisions made in between, how have they affected us all? Share the show. We have had to change our link. So if you were on the show prior to this, you will have to change and come back in. You cannot afford to miss an ounce of the information that we are going to be giving out today. We are going to be reading some historical documents. We're going to be asking some questions that even you may not have answer to. Excuse me. And by all means, this is pure water. Don't tell me there's biocoal from Grand Bassa County. No, that's not true. But yes, today is going to be tough. We are going to be asking the tough questions. We are going to be telling the truth. Uncomfortable truth is uncomfortable. It's hard to hear. It's tough to bear. But the truth, I think there was a philosopher that said, truth crushed to the ground has a tendency and it will guarantee to rise again. The truth is stubborn. You can bend it, you can attempt to shape it, but you can't break it. The truth is the truth. If you have done wrong to your neighbor or to your friend or to somebody else, you can lie, you can meander, you can job, you can bob and weave all you want. The truth is consistent. So we are going to be telling some truth today. We are going to be asking the tough questions. But before we do this, let me go over our disclaimer. The views expressed by our guests are independent opinions and does not necessarily reflect the platform's view. All insults will be removed immediately. The closing argument promotes a respectful debate on issues related to Liberia or global. We desire to have a healthy discussion void of toxicity. We may differ on ideologies, but we are not enemies and expect our views and our viewers to ascribe to such views and values. What I may say here may not necessarily have to be 1,000% the truth, but you can also fact check me. That's why I strongly believe in citation. If you are going to quote C.D.B. King, you have to give him credit. If you are going to quote Churchill, you have to give him credit. You cannot use somebody's intellectual property, their work, and after you are caught, then you want to backpedal and say, those are not my words. We have a typical example. This week, when the president of the Republic of Liberia plagiarized, he used a quotation, according to them, from Winston Churchill. That has something to do with anyone who wishes to reach his or her destination cannot spend time throwing rocks at all the barking dogs, not in any specific quote. I may not be precise. I am not or may not be quoting Winston Churchill verbatim. But when President Boakai decided to use that parable, he didn't tell us that he was quoting someone else. His handlers were laughing and clapping and cheering, literally. But when folks went to fact check, his PR team came out and said, those words are not of Joseph Boakai's own doing. He was quoting Churchill. But when you are quoting someone, you have to cite your source. So our president, Joseph Boakai, is trying to say those words that he altered were not his, so we shouldn't blame him. They were Joseph Boakai's, Winston Churchill's, excuse me. But today we are going to dig a little deeper in our Liberian history. During the coup, there was a song that was being played repeatedly over the airwaves in Liberia, and it says, Papa's land, who owns the land? Prior to the coup, there was a tournament. If I'm not mistaken, it was called Who Owns the Land? Mighty Barrow and the Invincible 11, the two superpower of football in Liberia, dukes it out. And the Mighty Barrow came up top. During those days, and still is, Mighty Barrow represented the poor, the downtrodden, the common man and women. And the yellow boy, contrary to the barrow, represented the well-off, the well-established, the well-published, the well-polished, the most connected oligarchs. So the Invincible 11 was seen as a team of class. People from the upper echelon of Liberian society. So when the song came about, who owns the land, it came exactly to that. Barrow and IE were once and for all to decide who the land belongs to. And the mighty Barrow representing the masses won the tournament. So the land belongs to the people. The land belongs to the people. But just as we thought that land dispute has been settled, we are back where we began, 1822. According to A. Doris Banks Henry, and those who were historians or those who were clothed with the authority to write history. You know, when history is written, it's written by the elite, and history is written through their lenses. And through the lenses of the elites of Liberia, there was a caricature or a historical figure by the name of Matilda Newport. The history has it that the savages, the natives, the heathens were approaching the settlers. And the story has it that she was smoking her pipe. And she took the ashes from her pipe that she was smoking and poured it into a cannon. And the cannon killed all the natives and the savages that were coming to harm the settlers. That was the story that was told. Matilda Newport was a heroine. So the first subject that we'll be looking at today is back to where we began, land. Who owns the land? Monrovia is pregnant with a second wave of these questions about who owns the land. Before these people came, who were those that were on the land? How did they acquire the land? And what happened to those inhabitants? If your great-great-grandparents were inhabitants of that land, what happened to them? So today I'm going to give you a prelude. There's a name that came up that you need to keep in mind. Is Honorable Frederick E.R. Johnson. Let me welcome Honorable George. Welcome, Chief.
Mr. Gayman, good to see you. Today's Wednesday, midweek. Good to see you.
And a special day, the 20th.
Yes. I remember I know I'm an old man now though, but I was baby during those days, you know. Yes, baby during those days, you know. That was a sad day. I remember I was still in Firestone on that fateful day, April 22nd. Just imagine the coup took place on April 12th, and 10 days later, you know, quickly arranged military tribunal set up by the PRC. The chairman was General Frank P. Sekpeni. He was the chairman of the military tribunal. Set up that tribunal, and quickly, in 10 days, they found, according to them, they found the officials guilty of rampant corruption, misuse of public offices, and nepotism, and all kinds of stuff. And immediately, the PRC, the council, approved the tribunal's decision to execute these officials. And at the time, many Liberians, some of them, I don't know what it was, they're ignorant to reality. They didn't know, but they were rejoicing. Some were rejoicing. Native woman born soldier, Congo woman born rogue, and they were rejoicing in the streets. But that fateful day, Mr. Gayman, upon the execution of our fellow citizens, the country, darkness came over Monrovia.
Yes,
darkness came. I'll never forget that. Darkness came over the city, the country, and somebody remarked. I remember somebody remarked and said that you guys will come to pay for this, regardless of what happened. You just realized that you executed publicly 13 of your fellow citizens. And those citizens, they have children. They have grandchildren. They have nieces, got nephews, got cousins. And you think they would just forget it altogether? And people celebrated. Some people, I met a lady, I would not call her name. She said from that day she left Liberia, she had not put her foot back to Liberia. She said, my son, just imagine watching people execute your family member. And today, what they killed our people for? I mean, if to say what they killed for, they have changed, and we'll make an argument. But today, you see what happened today. It's still the same situation, still the same. You still have the same things they accuse the people of still exist in the country. But to that, in fact, tomorrow, Mr. Gayman, will have a special program. Some of the relatives of these people, some of the children, their grandkids, then their nephews, their cousins, their nieces will be on our show tomorrow. It's a special edition. And we talk to them, they talk about unity, about healing. Their country should come together. Tomorrow will be on our show as special guest to reflect on what happened on that day, on that moment in history. You know, I know today I was working on the flyer for tomorrow, and he went into history, and he was able to research some of the people that got killed. Yeah, I was arguing with him. I said, you are trying to argue with me. I said, Myean, you are not born. I was born that time. So don't tell me. I tell him who were the 13 people you arguing, telling me, you want to tell me who were? I said, no. Dopoh was executed on April 12th. He wasn't among the 13 people they killed.
Yep, 10 days before.
10 days afterward, I went to kill the 13 people. You know, but it was a dark day. And today they had a program today for in Liberia and a solemn occasion. But the fact of the matter, Mr. Gayman, we know that people was arguing, walking on us, but yet and still, these people who are different. You took 13 people and put on the poles and shot them point blank, close range. I mean, when is that execution on TV? When is it on TV? Some people, when is it in plain jail, in physical, they watch what happened. You know, there was one of the guys who they killed. He had just gotten in the government, I think in months in the government, and just got married to. I forgot it. I think I'll get his name. He was also killed, young fellow. So today is a sad day in our country. 46 years later, the question is, we killed 13 of our fellow citizens and accused them of the same things that are happening today, even going worse. Where are we today? Today, you talk about nepotism, where you see in the government, yesterday, we can count the amount of yes in the government from the executive marshal to the counties. But it's a sad day, and tomorrow we have the relatives of these people on our show tomorrow. The children, those who are still around, will be able to share the legacy of their people and call the country to unite. You know, but at least they still remember what happened, the reflections. You can never forget that. So we pray that we will host them tomorrow. But then also too, for program note, the executive director of the Governance Commission, Jalasi Kesali, will be our guest on Friday. And that will be a program I'd love for all of us to attend on Friday. Because the Governance Commission, there are a lot of things they're doing there, and you guys can question them from there. Also, the things that are happening, like the formation of these integrity institutions and all these things, that the creation of institutions in the government coming from there too. But tomorrow, executive director, on Friday, he'll be our guest. Jalasi Kesali, the son of the late founding father of the Unity Party, Torgbean Kesali, one of his sons. Jalasi Kesali will be our guest. Where Larry is the chairman of the commission, he's the executive director. So he'll be our guest on Friday. Welcome, you're welcome, Frank Fanta, as we just reflect on the day today. Thank you.
Hello, Tomalin. Hello, Mr. Gayman. How are you?
We talking about today, we're talking about who owns the land. We're talking about the red and the blue, and you came, so we can tell. Tomalin, you see this woman? She's a pure Barrow woman. You see her? She in her red regalia.
I know, right?
I just happen to have red blood and love the color red. That's all.
Well, welcome to the show. We are talking history here today. One in particular where we got a lot of things.
Mr. Gayman, like I sent you that draft. I know you've been super busy. When you can, please take a look at it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to look at it. One of the things we need to look at, we talk about who owns the land. Today we are going to be looking at history. In the history books, we have one individual by the name of Frederick E. R. Johnson. He was the ninth Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, serving from 1924 to 1933 under President Charles D.B. King. A significant figure in Liberia legal history. Today, his estate in Liberia, the Myean land, due to land ownership, they claim basically half Monrovia, I would say, if I'm not exaggerating. They claim to own the entire Capital Bypass, Jalatan, including the University of Liberia, Capitol Hill, One man. He served as Chief Justice in 1924 to 1933, he's succeeding James J.J. Dawson. His successor was Louis Arthur Grams. He is officially recognized as the past Chief Justice by the Supreme Court of Liberia, 1926 land claim. He officially recognized and claimed his estate, at least, claim ownership of significant land in the Monrovia area, including the University of Liberia location, Jailtown, the entire capital bypass. So today, we following the news in Liberia. There have been notices sent to everyone living from Jailtown, the bypass, the Capitol Hill, all of that, to come and show evidence of ownership of their land, or they will be evicted. So when we are talking about the 1980 coup, we just do not want to look at the 1980 coup. We want to look at the coup in context. The question always asked in the United States is the same question being asked in Liberia. Before somebody owned the entire swap of land in Monrovia, what happened to those who were the aborigines, those who were living there before? What happened to them? Did they just go extinct? Were they evicted? Were they moved? In the United States, when this happened, they moved the Indian to Oklahoma, and they called that trail the Trails of Tears. What happened to my kin folks, the Bassa people? One man is now saying, one family saying they own the entire prime pieces of property from Jailtown, all the way to bypass, all the way to Capitol Hill. One man. So we are talking about land ownership. About a month ago, we read an article here when the editorial from nobody else but the government-leaning newspaper called the Daily Observer says, if one cannot manage its own domestic land ownership, how can you manage the borders of the nation? And people sidestepped this. They didn't want to discuss this. But that editorial was historical. And now we are back to this here. Today we saw the police. We saw the news all over the place, preparing the people to either vacate or come and make a deal. Who owns the land? Who owns the land? It says here, land crisis loom in Liberia. The former representative Aquarius Gray said eviction notices are being issued to over 30,000 inhabitants in Jailtown, Capital Bypass, Capitol Hill, the University of Liberia. He pushes the government to intervene. Two families, the Johnson family and the Payne family, are claiming full and unrestricted ownership of the entire Jailtown, the entire Capital Bypass, and over 30,000 inhabitants now resides in Monrovia. The disputed land in question in this estate of the former Chief Justice Frederick E. R. Johnson, according to the 2017-2023 court record in possession of Vanity News, both families are claiming from 3rd Street, Monrovia, to get rid of a breach.
Mr. Gayman,
this is the legal matter we are facing. Yeah, and we are talking about, do you see how this thing has the propensity to start a civil war? 30,000, over 30,000 inhabitants of a place that they have called home. Two guys come and say, everybody has to leave or we will evict you. Your take on this issue is, this is not easy. I don't know why they chose Joseph Boakar's turn to do this. When Ellen was there, they didn't do it. When George Weah was there, they didn't do it. I don't know why they felt the need now to do this at this time.
You know, Mr. Gayman, history is often told in a very selective manner. And that's why, profoundly, the term history is explicit or indicative of exactly what you are going to get in terms of output, because it becomes his story. Depending on who is relating the information, you're going to get their version. When people say sometimes Hitler was the worst man to have ever lived, but then overlook the crimes of Churchill, the war crimes, the genocide of Churchill. For my Christian brothers and sisters, Churchill should not be a person that you look up to at all, because he was very active or very much engaged in the genocide of, I believe, millions of Christians. I stand corrected. It makes you look at Hitler from the side, right? Because you notice that history was altered by the people who essentially had the last word at the time. So they presented their version, and Churchill was made to be this hero. The West was made to be this hero, but Hitler was made to be this very terrible person. He committed some atrocious crimes, and for which he should burn in hell. I don't remove that from him. But Churchill didn't just target, say, the Jews. In fact, he targeted anyone. His objective was a very nationalistic one, but one that fostered the Aryan or pure blood, right? So anyone who was in pure blood had to be executed. However, the history that is recorded very much forgets about the Blacks, the colored folks that Hitler executed. You don't see a museum for them. They don't get a holiday. They don't get remembered in the same way. The different nationalities that he executed, they don't get remembered, because history was told through a perspective that was very selective to position one group as the victims and the others as, well, they're not quite deserving to be remembered. But then when you understand, you start to peel back the layer. You start to understand, well, why were these quote unquote people targeted? What did they do? You find that then in Germany, the group that was targeted were the ones introducing a lot of interest into the financial systems. I mean, they ran the entire financial system that was essentially bankrupting the poor. And so Hitler movement came up as this revolutionary movement to push back on that. It's very much akin to the situation that we have in Liberia and Liberia's history. You have one party ruling for 133 years. That party, during its rule, not only oppressed the local people that they met there, the Vai, the Gola, the Bassa, the Madingo, who welcomed them when they came as refugees. But they took and abuse their hospitality and began to do what? To oppress them. I really welcome our historians to join us in dissecting some of these things, because it's very important to tell this story from an unbiased perspective. So you have oppression for 133 years, and you only need to look it up to see that although there were no slaves taken from Liberia in the transatlantic slave trade, the Liberians who were under the True Whig Party rule over those 133 years were trafficked into slavery, were trafficked as human beings, were made to do the worst of manual labor. Rarely do we tell that story. The story always, for some reason, does not begin at 1820. It always starts at 1980. And you have to ask yourself, is it genuine? Is it authentic? If it starts at 1980, what happened to it starting at 1820? What happened to that? Any unbiased, impartial person will want to understand that and start from there. So then when you have 133 years of oppression, generation after generation, assuming the lifespan of the average Liberian at the time being 60 years old, 70 years old, that's how many generations? More than 2 generations, essentially. Being oppressed, children growing up, seeing their families going through this gross human rights violations. But of course, it was normalized. And you had this class system. You had, we can't call it racism, but certainly the local people face a lot of discrimination. For what you just mentioned, one family claiming to own half of Monrovia. It should make you scratch your head. How is that possible? How is it possible that a Johnson or a Tubbard or a Henry's can own half of Monrovia? What happened to the people that met there? How did they acquire that land? One can only suggest that it was acquired forcefully, because you are not the originator of the land. You're not an Aborigine. You came as a refugee on a ship. You stole these people land. You created the deed that you wanted to create to fit your narrative. You killed them. You sold them. You trafficked them. You made them do all of your manual labor and dirty work. Doe comes around, even though he worked for the CIA or he got help from the CIA because they felt that Tubbard wasn't doing their bidding enough. So they aided him in the execution of his plan. It is sad. No loss of life should be celebrated. Not the 13 men, not the 250,000 Liberians, most of which were Gio, Mano, and Madingo. What were the crimes of the Gio men? What were the crimes of the Mano men? What were the crimes of the Madingo men? What they have claimed, according to history, is that Madingos were Doe sympathizers. They were wealthy merchants, and they owned stores, and Madingos just happened to be entrepreneurs and always have been warriors. Back to King Salboso. He welcomed you off those ships with open arms. And what did you do? You abused his hospitality, killed him, killed his people, and enslaved them. You borrow your hurt behavior that the white man impacted on you to your own African brothers and sisters. On a land that welcome you and give you home and give you feed.
Let me go to, yeah.
I'm just wrapping up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite interesting when you have only 4% of the population, only 60% of the country and its resources, Mr. Gayman. How does that make any type of sense? That we want to be selective in the remembrance of what actually happened. How is it possible that only a few families, a handful, can say, oh, we own the land that the foreign ministry sits on. We own the land that the University of Liberia sits on. Were there not people on those lands? So this is exactly going to drive us back to another civil war. It is unfair. As those 13 men are being remembered, where is the remembrance for the 250,000 Liberians? We talk about the truth, reconciliation, or we talk about war crimes. It's these very people who are stalling the process. Because the common man, no matter what, as much as you abuse them, they should just leave their own to God. Where is the justice for them?
Tomalin, George, 30,000 people. 30. We're not talking about 30 people. We're not talking about 300 people. 30,000 families have been summoned. They have been given notices. How do you move 30,000, the entire Jala town, the entire capital bypass, the entire capital, including the University of Liberia? How is this possible?
Mr. Gayman, look, I think the issue about the land and this alley and this zoning and all this stuff, I think the approach they are taking is should be revisited, because if somebody already built their home 30 years ago, 20 years ago, maybe they built it in an alley, and looking at the economic condition of the country, and I agree that we must open the country, we must open the road, the road should be cleared, but you can't just take the man or the woman from her property without compensation. I mean, you can't blame them. I mean, the question is, when they were building those structures, were they advised that by the public works or by the zoning commission that if you build, because that's why you have surveyor for. That's why you have, before you build a property or a structure in Liberia, you go to these various institutions, agencies to make approval, to tell you to come and inspect the area to find out whether the fire people will come and see whether a fire zone, or what the zone, the public works people will come and inspect and tell you, okay, this place here in the future, this place, we won't have to bother this place. Well, so all these questions will be asked. What do you think is taken into consideration prior to the people constructing the structures? And it'd be years, or to take them out of their structures and make them homeless without compensation. You can't blame them. You can't blame them. By the time we know what happened, who were in office, what happened during those days. You can't take the person. So my question is, let's assume the president has the vice president or the speaker or the deputy speaker or the pro tem. If the homes are located in a zone or alley zone, are they telling me? I mean, are they telling me that they're going to come and ask them to leave or demolish their homes or take them out? I know they would never do that. So but then not because the people involved are just mere citizens, so you'll take the advantage of them. So I think that there needs to be revisited, because it just, where would the man or the woman stay? You take them out of their homes and you demolish their homes. You can't make them homeless. And most of the people, so many people work for Lamco, work for Firestone, for all mines, other companies, and took their retirement. Like, for example, I go to my own father. When my father was retired from Firestone 85, his pension money, but he was building the home on Dopoh Road. He was building that home before he got retired, but he was taking his own time to build that home because his retirement was structured in a way that by the time my retirement comes, I'll be ready to move to Monrovia, to my home. But the retirement came abruptly. 85, he was a forced retirement. He wasn't expecting to retire at the time at 1985, so we had to rush that home. So his pension went towards that home he built, our family home in Dopoh Road. So tell me now, you think if he worked all years and he put his money into that, you would have demolished it now and we're expect their family to live, even though none of us are there, but just imagine families that are going through that. So I think the government needs to revisit these things It's just not fair. I was telling somebody today, I said, we don't ask the questions where the president, the vice president, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the pro tem, where do these officials get the health check? They don't go at JFK or Redemption Hospital. They travel abroad. They come to the U.S. The president come to America now. He would definitely go to Rhode Island, where he would get that. Where he got his where the pacemaker was given to him in Rhode Island when he was vice president. So he all come back and go to the doctors there. So he will come to America this week, and he will go to Rhode Island. Okay, and other people. How many people can afford to travel to America for checkup? The vice president, the other folks in the government, they go to Africa, they go India, they go Ghana, they go Morocco, they go places and come to the U.S. and for the health. So the same thing with the land issue. Demolishing people properties and with all compensation, I think is unfair, and I think it's something that should be considered. It's just not fair.
Can I ask you a question, Tomalin?
Yeah.
And I think it's a very poignant question that Mr. Gayman asked. What do you think about one family owning half of Monrovia?
Well, it depends on, because you see, depends on how they acquired those properties. If they bought them, because there were times that people were selling their properties, selling the land, giving land, selling land, and depends on how they acquired it. The ancestors or their great grandparents acquired those land. They were selling to people, and people were buying it. And even right now, as I speak to you right now, there are people who having homes that because of conditions now, they're selling their homes. Those people who build homes that cost today price maybe 500,000, 300,000-400,000, because things are tough on them. They cannot afford those homes. They're selling the home, and that's how people acquiring homes too.
We're talking 133 years ago. We're not talking today.
Tomalin, the University of Liberia was established in 1862. This family is saying the land that the University of Liberia owned belongs to them. So who in 1862 did they buy all this land from? Because if you're saying the University of Liberia, they are claiming the Capitol Hill, University of Liberia, the land belongs to them. That's 1862. Back then, I mean, there was basically no republic. There was nothing. We just started. How can you, and then you allow the university to build on your land after 100 and some more years?
Mr. Gayman, the Infanta, don't forget now, the war came and all the National Archives, all the deeds and so forth. That's why I don't know where people got getting the mother deeds from, the grandfather deeds from, but most of these properties that were acquired, they had deeds for them. But because of the war and the National Archive getting destroyed, I give credit to Samuel Doe. Doe decided to, if you remember Mr. Gayman, Doe constructed the National Archive building. I remember that time it was one of the major projects of his government, the National Archive Center, where all our deeds and all our...
I think you need a president or what to do, Mr. Gayman. Where is your president?
I just can't fathom that since 1822, right? 1862, the university, this man is telling me, these people are telling us that this land, who bought the land from 1822 when basically there was no government?
They didn't buy it, they stole it. I mean, let's speak truthfully. And we should probably reach out to Ko. I know she dives in history and
but Ko is very much conflicted. So
okay.
For
someone else?
Yes, I wouldn't. She and I was on a show where we used to dive into these things.
The later on class reloaded.
Yeah, then she flipped, and then all of a sudden she's now the defender of this administration, and we twist herself into not to vindicate anything they do and say. So these kinds of folks are, to me, very frank. you cannot twist the truth to fit your narrative. You lose all credibility. This is why she was. We were on focus on Liberia, and they had a history channel. We're doing everything, and then all of a sudden, she's now a regime backer, and some of the things that she postulated, she put forth. Now these things are all been bent into shape to fit it. It is disheartening, but anyhow, historically we all can delve into it and find it. It's a matter of what we used to do when we were on our channel was we go to the same place everybody else get the sources, the U.S. Library of Congress, where you can get all the original documentation of Liberia. It's nothing special. There's nowhere else you can go to get these things, and then you go around the world and see what other documents are floating. And then you can deduce. So nobody is an authority. It depends on what they want to sell. If they want to sell that the Fernando Poe thing was not slavery, then they would twist themselves into not. And we know it had a wall like a dog, a quack like a dog. You took a group of folks to Fernando Island where they worked for little or nothing against their will. They couldn't leave. That's slavery. That's why the president, Charles D.B. King, resigned. That's why his vice president, Jansen, resigned. So for you to say it wasn't slavery, yes, it was slavery. The League of Nations, they acknowledged that it was slavery. And the punishment was that to be either be impeached and removed or resign. And he chose to resign. So that's what it is. But yes, I find for one or two families to say the entire Jala town, the entire bypass, the entire Capitol Hill, including the University of Liberia, belongs to us. What?
Yeah.
30,000 inhabitants are about to be moved. According to them, today I was watching some of the news around Liberia. They were called to either settle or be evicted.
That would never happen.
Well, what you see there is people are being emboldened, right?
Yep.
For what just happened, where they just came in and I was listening to another family who came in with a deed from 1946 that been in the family, the original deed from 1946. Signed by President William V.S. Tubman, and yet they were removed. Somebody came and said the land belongs to them. The court order said they should move or be moved. The dual thing, move or be moved. They didn't move in time, and they demolished all the homes. So these are the things we are talking about. Today is a very, very touchy day in Liberia. We're going to talk about it for a heck of a long time. It is one of those things that every year, this time of the year, I see there are other things will come to the land, but let's go to what's happening at the House of Representatives.
Yeah, they definitely stole those land. It was definitely not acquired legally, and I think it's high time we start speaking the truth. Nobody was selling land in the 1800s. These were tribal lands. I mean, let's just put ourselves back in those ages. These were tribal lands. You had the different clans before the settlers came. There was no way you had those clans selling all their lands, because lands were meant to be inherited, passed on from one generation to the next. That is the real African history. The selling of land came about with the True Whigs, with the likes of the True Whigs party. That selling of land is not the African way. Is that we acquire this land, so as the family expands, we apportion certain amount to them so that they can inhabit it, they and their families, and as they grow, they also get a portion of the land. So the Tallbirds, it's so funny. They own all of Senghor. They own all of Conga Town. It's ridiculous, guys. It's ridiculous. And these guys like to act like the victims. You're not the victim. You stole these lands. You oppressed the people. It's high time that you pay for your crimes. I'm sorry your fathers were killed, but perhaps you shouldn't have oppressed the people and killed their fathers too. And now you want a remembrance. Where is the remembrance for them? Sorry, Mr. Gayman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is hard truth. It is a bitter truth. These are things when Ellen talked about we have to reconcile. And reconciliation, she said, it should not be based on tribe, religion, or personality. It should be based in truth. So for us to reconcile, we have to sit and actually talk, have these difficult conversations. If Myean is in the back, he says here, on 12th Street today, market structure demolished on 12th Street in Singa. We are talking about the same thing. He covered that story. Hopefully he can come on and tell us how did that come about, because there's demolition going on everywhere in the country. And we don't know why, who is authentic and who is not, which papers. Tomalin, George, your parents are home in Monroe. Somebody could come tomorrow and say the land you are on belongs to, even though your parents may have bought that land in the 50s, somebody could just come out and say, you know what, this land belongs to us. We pay for it. 1925, you have to move. And they have some kind of paper. Like you said, the archive, if the archive was destroyed, how did these people come up with these papers to say they own these properties? Tomalin.
Well, for me, I know all my parents, all the land owned by my parents, I know all accounted for, and I think we got a deeds for them and heritage. I don't think we find ourselves in harm's way. But I believe that while it is true that I want the country to open up, they want to see our road network, but the government should be very, very, if you must demolish people's homes, you must compensate them. You can't just do it. They got to find money to do it. If that would be the cause of the country not opening, then that's it. But you can't just take the poor people from the home and demolish it. But again, too, it's about time that all those who own land in Liberia try to make sure they get the actual deed for those lands. I mean, how they were acquired is a talk for another day, because people will go to court. Because I mean, the land issue is a big problem in the country, though, and there will be the second when you see Liberia involving some crisis, some war, maybe it will be because of land issue will be the next crisis in our country, because some people will willfully build on your land, Mr. Gayman. They will build on your land, and when you ask them to take, they come with all kind of fake deeds. Say, yeah, the deed they got for the land. And then when they go to the judge will compromise the issue too. And look, so there's a whole bunch of things happening. But at the end of the day, I think it's a need for stakeholders to sit together with the community, everybody involved, and discuss this issue of land ownership and so forth, and talk about this zoning where you build. If it's in the alley, it's in the alley where you build. We try to resolve it amicably, but it's a problem though. People not just, my concern is, don't just take people from the home and throw them in the streets. The person take the hard money and build a home. You take them and just demolish it and say they should have known better. They should not build in that. You can't do that to people. So now you know what it's not a responsibility. Why the people went to the right agencies to get the authority, the permit to build, and it was granted. And don't forget, we had a war in our country. Almost all our structure was destroyed. Our information. I'm surprised that people still got some deeds still being kept. Some people lost everything. So you can't just. I believe that the government and everybody should get involved to find an amicable solution to this thing. But just come in and say, well, if your house is on the alley, we'll take it from there, we'll demolish it, and we'll all compensation. That's a problem, though. It's a problem.
Well, we're going to come back to the home front, but let's talk about something that is brewing in the United States that I think everybody, find out, those of you who are young and still having children, something you need to talk about. Tomalin, the federal government have decided to cut financial aid for useless degrees. And this one, I know you're gonna beat me on top of the head, but I think Trump got this one right. He said it doesn't make sense for people to go to school, sociology, human studies, how do you call it, religious study. You take loan, right? For 4 years, you get out of college, you got $50,000, and you can't get a job in these fields. Even if you get a job, the starting salary is like $20,000, $25,000 a year. You will never be able to pay back $50,000 in student loan. So what they are deciding here, listen, we are going to take the money and put it in areas where when kids graduate, they can get into the market, make money, pay back the loan, we loan it to other folks. But if you are not going to get a job, there is no way you take $50,000, $70,000 and make $20,000 with a college education. That is their take. When you think about this, I mean, if they were doing this in Liberia, we'd be doing well because everybody getting a degree in sociology in Liberia now. Everybody sociology, what they call the other one, human studies.
Given then you hit your house now.
Yeah, Tomalin, your parents could afford for you to get a degree in the social science like me, right? I think our parents could afford for us to get a degree in the social science. But somebody, you can't just sit at LU like one of your government officials, you got 4 associate degree or 3 bachelor's degree, political science, sociology, and what was the other one? Economics.
I'm saying for the one they shouldn't have the people that they want to prefer to do the one get.
No, Tomalin, it's a waste of time. It's useless.
They're not paying by the loans, Tomalin.
Before continue that, Johnny won't contribute towards the land. You quickly before go on. Johnny, go ahead. Johnny.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Gayman and Fatima and Tomalin.
Hello,
I'm following. I am now watching you on the Facebook. I'm following through the radio on True FM. I'm driving from Buchanan Highway, come to Morovia.
We miss you. When are you coming back?
They are discussing.
He said he's driving. He's on Buchanan Highway right now. He's driving. He's listening to the show through the radio.
Good.
So I just stopped to listen to the conversation and make my contribution. So there's one thing about the land matter. Because of the way land was governed before 2018, right? I'm saying 2018 because in 2010, Madam Seleke passed a moratorium on public land sale, and then that was when the government asked the Liberia Land Commission to work on developing a new land law, new land policy that will govern the land issues in Liberia. So firstly, I want to make this clear. Any land that was deeded, public land deal, not private land that you say, somebody own the land, has deed, he sold it, that's different. Any land that was deeded before 2017, between 2010 and 2017, that land was deeded wrongly because the government passed a moratorium on all public land sale. Because that was when the Liberia Land Commission was working on revising the new land policy, land governance in Liberia. So in 2018, September, that was when the new land law was passed. Right. So let the public know that if you ever bought land, public land that you want to go for or NEMA or any country, and they sold land to you, they survey and give you deed, that deed is not legitimate. It's completely out of order. And I'm saying it because by that time in 2010, I was seconded by the Cattle Center to the Land Commission. But then we have Dr. Otalo Brandon serving as the head for Land Commission. I worked directly with 2 Africans, one Dr. Antoine, I think Antoine was something from Ghana as a consultant that was paid by the UK, another guy from Malawi. I worked with the REN. We had one Janice Carter, one American Peace Corps lady who lived in Liberia for many years, who did a research around Liberia in I think 7 or 8 of the counties. And so I want to just say that In 2010, that was a marginal pass. So any land that was sold or that was given out to anybody in 2010 to 2017, before the passing of the land law in 2018 September, that document is illegal. It had no bearing. Now, when the land law was passed and Liberia Land Authority was established by law also, in that land law, if you can do the research, go online, it requires that all those who have travel certificates, it has a timeline as to when to go to the Liberia Land Authority now to turn that travel certificate into a deed. And if you have any deed that was, any land that was deeded years past, you should go to the Liberia Land Authority to confirm your land so that the Liberia Land Authority can have it in the database and be registered as a land that is legitimate or legal. If that was not done, that's a problem. So, like right now, I'm working with a group to procure to buy a land in 4 months. The person has the deed is now registered with the Liberia Land Authority. Therefore, the Liberia Land Authority did not advise me that I should not buy that land on behalf of this organization until that land can be registered so they can be in the database of the Liberia Land Authority. So there are so many issues that we need to understand. So I don't understand why people are coming now with all these land cases and having demolition. But the new land law, all land matters, all land dispute matters should first be taken to the Liberia Land Authority. If the Liberia Land Authority does not have remedy to that situation, then you go to court. But I think we are making mistakes in Liberia by not going to the Liberia Land Authority first, and then going to the court regularly, and the courts are taking action. And let me make this clear. Land is key to any society, any government, or any place. Is key to their stability. Everyone that living on earth must have access to land. That is why when President Walker said, God is not making new land, from my perspective, that one who have done land work and this on studies in all land government for development, I realized that the personal statement he made that God is making new land, and yeah, it's true that God is not making new land because land is a fixed asset, but land need to be governed in a way that every human being in a particular place should have access to land. No one living in space. No one ever been buried in space. So everyone living on earth must have access to land to survive, to live, and to prosper. And so I come back to the issue of land. All those coming with deed now should first go to the Liberia Land Authority. So if you carry a deed, for example, in Jara for Jonathan to Land Authority, they will review it and review it and see as a look. So then the other should ask question: who all have deed for land in Jonathan? They will review and say if they require taking it to Liberia Land Authority, Department of Land Dispute Solution, they will take it there. They will discuss it. And all those that have access to land in that community will discuss and see how they can resolve that matter before going to court. So basically, all land matters must first go to the Liberia Land Authority before going to court. That's what we should be doing now. Other than that, if we don't take cue for this process, if we don't allow the Liberia Land Authority to act on land matters in this country, we are going to have a serious crisis in the country and may lead to armed conflict because everyone needs land to survive, to live on. So I thought to bring this out so that we can discuss it. And I really hope that we can even invite one of the commissioners or two from the Liberia Land Authority to come and give us basic understanding of how the land regime right now is being governed or the land governance issue is being done in this country. We need it. Other than that, we will end up having a serious crisis in Liberia that will not be controlled. So I thought to share this with the panelists and the platform and the public so that we can all have a thought on how we can proceed with how we govern land in this country for growth and development.
Johnny, real quick. Johnny.
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay. What's about the dispute with the entire Jala town, capital bypass, and the University of Liberia, the land being claimed by two families, that 30,000 people should be removed?
Yeah, so Mr. Gayman, very good. That's a concerning issue. That's why I said all those that have access, that have people to land in that Jalatan area, they should first go to the Rural Land Authority. You know, they have a department for land dispute solution. They will review all the documents, and then they will discuss with all the parties to the land issues in Jalatan or Satan, whatever. Review all the papers. They will tell them, this, you got to see, for instance, is this. They will discuss all of that, tell them what the region, what they have, whether it's genuine or not. But bottom line is, we have a law that says outright possession, right? I'm not a lawyer, but I've learned that many times because doing my work with land authority, we have a lot of land commission, we have lots of lawyers that were working with us. Outright possession is, I think, 20 years or more. If you don't come and claim, you don't ask questions, you don't say anything, and people are late for 20 years or more, then the person, by law, by that principle of outright possession, we have criminal land. Because I want to say that we have to get the Rural Land Authority involved on our platform to kind of provide detailed information on the land matter. Because it has a lot to do. Because even right now, they provide at least 12 months, 12 to 4 months, that all, I call it, Tomalin, certificate should be taken to the land authority to be turned into deed. Right? I want to say at some point, the land authority provided additional period to extend the period to maybe another year or two. So, for example, if somebody parents got a land in 1945 on top of certificate, right? The land law provided that you have 12 or 24 months to go to the land authority to turn that top of certificate into deed. If you don't do that, the land goes back to the top of owners. That's the law says. You can go online, even check online on the level you see it there. If you're supposed to turn that top of certificate into deed in that period prescribed, if you don't do it, the land goes back to the top of people. That's what the law says. So I'll also add that. Yeah. Come again?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying, why I'm saying this, I'm not the authority for the authority to say this, but I know this information I have to my knowledge. But I'll provide a platform to also invite one or two of the commissioners from the authority to come and provide detailed information to the public. Because this is an issue, like I'm saying, is key to our survival as a nation, as a country. If we don't manage it in a way that we all will have access to land, to live and enjoy this country, we may end up having this country broken down into armed conflict or some kind of serious and Liberia as a whole.
Yeah, that's a. Please go ahead, Mr. Gayman.
Yes, go ahead.
That's a very interesting point that Johnny made, right? And Johnny, if you're still on, I want you to answer this question specifically, considering that you work for the Land Authority. Liberians.
He doesn't work for them.
No, not now. Like he said when he used to, right? Did he say that? Sorry.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Take it back.
Mm-hmm.
The original Liberians were not allowed, were denied rights of ownership. They were not guaranteed those rights to citizenship until 1904. Even though they had been here and the settlers had met them here, the 88 settlers, the Liberians were denied citizenship rights until 1904. So if you Tubman, Henrys, Johnson have land from 1864 or in the 1800s, there's something called coercive purchases, coercive or force. That means that you were either coerced into giving up your land or you were forced, as in literally having a gun to your head. And we know for a fact that this was the situation because the actual history recorded that in all throughout the 1800s, you had insurgencies from the Day tribe, from the Bassa tribe, from the Gola tribe, from the Gribble tribe, from the Crew tribe, right? They led these insurgencies against the settlers for their rights. So how is it that one person can say, or someone can say, oh, like maybe those lands were purchased legally? Those lands were not purchased legally. There was nothing legal about the acquisitions of those land into the family's hand that they're in today, who are claiming ownership to them. If you did not have rights, equal participation rights, until 1904, would they have allowed you to would they have even engaged with you in any type of barter system to purchase something from you, give you that dignity, when prior to that you were nothing? All of a sudden, they you become worthy in their eyes, like to say, okay, now we're going to give you fair amount or equal value for this land that we want to acquire from you. We have to have this conversation honestly. We really do. Like, there was no way. And I thought Johnny has some history to that, so that's why, like, I wanted to ask. But it's we just have to be truthful. We have to stop the lies. We have to stop the selective justice.
Yeah, so can I respond briefly to that?
Sure.
Yeah, so Fanta, your arguments are correct. And these were some of the findings we had doing the evaluation, doing the research work. Like I said, I was seconded by the Cultural Center to the Land Commission in 2010 when we were doing the research work to understand the basis of rural land administration. All the Fanta is saying they are correct. Even during my thesis, and when I was working, when I did my graduate studies, my thesis were all tenure rights under customary governance. And I realized when I did all research, I realized that even the Stockton, when there were one, I think Captain Stockton, the way in which when the land were acquired along the Monrovia area were through violence. You know, there's a story that there's a literature that we read. I talk about how Captain Stockton used guns, you know, at the head of tribal chiefs along the case, you know, along the Monrovia, the Cinco or whatever area to acquire land. These were all established. But let's go back. Is that in the U.S., historically, the Indians own what you call it the U.S. today, right? They would go back to the Indians coming to claim the land, New York, whatever that, it will be another issue. So those information were gathered. So how do we now institute a new land governance system that will respect the ownership or the ownership of land by our ancestors? That was how the commission came out with some funding. In fact, to be very frank, the original fundings were not accepted in total by the federal legislature. I can tell that for a fact. They were into it and changed on the situation out there. But we were happy that they accepted to have full category of land. Now we have private land, government land, public land, and customary land. And all these lands have different definitions and how you can acquire, how you can cover them. For example, the land now that we call customary land is the land that is owned by our indigenous tribal people. And that land cannot be sold. They own it like in group, as a family, as a group. That land cannot be sold to anyone. And if it will be sold, you gotta live with them on that land for 50 years or more before they can even start to sell a piece of land to you. And it can only be sold by the acceptance of all the stakeholders on that land. And that is the customary land that's owned by the tribal people. For example, maybe like in Gayman, in Grand Basso, right? Where the Gayman fathers, grandfathers, or great-grandfathers live and own their place. That land area is owned by them. So we have some organizations now in Monrovia that are working with land authorities to ensure that those lands are demarcated and deeded as customary land. And those are things that in the French government should be involved to ensure that all customary lands are deeded and demarcated so that it can prevent future conflict. You know, but like Fanta said, yeah, historically, our ancestors were denied ownership to the land. But again, today they say, well, we say the modern French state. When you define a French modern state, you don't define it as being the state that was owned by the Bandi, the Loma, the Magingo, the Pere, the Kisi, the Kehleboe, the Mano, the Kio. Or they see it as a state that was organized in 1822. But before 1822, this land was governed by kingdoms, not kingdoms that were led by our ancestors. And they knew the demarcation, they knew the boundaries. That is why even today, the colonial boundary between Liberia and Guinea, Liberia and Sierra Leone, Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire, is not known as boundary, but by our indigenous people do not see the colonial boundaries as their boundaries. For example, in Lofa, all that happened today between Solomon and Foya area between Guinea is just colonial issue. But typically between the Kisses in Guinea, Kisses in Liberia, Kisses in Sierra Leone, they see themselves as one family. You know, even if I want to tell you, when I went to Foya, there's a mountain called Torgbean. It's a mountain on Rocky Hill called Torgbean. And for what I learned from one of the elder there, is that mountain is a worship place for the three groups of people, the Kisses in Guinea, Kisses in Liberia, Kisses in Sierra Leone. They meet there once every year to perform some traditional spiritual rituals. Those things need to be respected by us when it comes to land governance. Land is spiritual to Africans. That was one thing I found out even in my thesis, my graduate thesis work. Land in Africa is spiritual to us. It has a direct spiritual link to us. But then when our brothers and sisters that were released from slavery from USA came to Liberia, and came to us in West Africa, they came with the mindset of what they were grew and live in the US. So this is where Liberians or Africans now need to find a way to get a common ground and know how we can govern our land in a way that no one is denied land, no one is denied. We all can access and live on the land for the good of ourselves. Because this is the only place given to us by God to live and flourish as people. Thank you.
The Honorable George, we have issues, and it is so much. I purchased a piece of land in Buchanan, downtown Buchanan, in 2012 from a legitimate owner. Met with the family, they provided the original deed, the mother deed. Land was purchased, land was surveyed, was probated. Last year, when I went, somebody was building on the land. And I approached the person with the deed and everything, and he said, yes, my brother sold this land, the family sold the land to you. So I said, what is your problem? He said, well, we all didn't benefit from the money that was paid, so I moved here to build my house. So I told him, I said, next time when I come to Liberia, I'm bringing the bulldozer, and I'm going to bulldoze whatever you have here. She said, well, you need a court order to do that. I said, no, I don't need a court order to claim my land. Whatever is growing on this land, I see it as grass, and I'm going to mow it down, because you cannot do this. And this was the third time. The first time I purchased the land from the legitimate heir, the executor of the land that has all the rights. I purchased the land from them, paid for it. Then the sister came and said there was a commotion in the family, and I paid her for the second time for the same. Now another brother has come out and say he's building something on the land because he never got his share of the money, as though it's my fault. So when I'm listening to Tomalin say we shouldn't evict these people, we should negotiate with them or find them somewhere to go. Where do I get that kind of money from, Tomalin, to keep buying my own land over and over? And then now that they are trying to build, I should find them somewhere to go. Is that fair to me?
But Johnny just told you just now that there was a process tests set up.
Yes, I went through the process. That was 2012. We did everything right. The judge wanted to see who was the heir apparent, who had the executive, who had the legal paper and the executor of the land. And this man was the head of the family. He had all the legal documents. We bought the land. There's no complaint. When probated the deed, they recorded the deed and everything else. The problem here is now that they are having problem within the family about who got share of the money. And now basically trying to blackmail me to buy the land for the third time. And I said, no, it won't happen. So this is the kind of thing we are talking about. But then on the other hand, Tomalin, if you let's go back to the folks in Jalatown, if you purchase this land in 1886 or 1905, and these people have built, they bought this land for other people, they built on it, they've been there for 40, 50 years and been paying their taxes or doing everything else, how then now can you move them? Because like in the States, right, if you own a property and you're not paying your taxes, somebody move in and the person paid taxes for 7 years, the property belongs to them. That's the law. So if somebody been paying taxes, own the property developed for 40 years, how can you just come down and say they should move?
I mean, like I said, Mr. Gayman, and that's what John was even saying too. The problem is that until if you don't have the how to call it, the grandfather deed, or what they call it, the original deed for a particular land,
yeah, the mother deed,
the mother's deed for a particular land, you will be the victim, because people are look. There's a place in Marshall, yeah. I bought a land in Marshall, so the owners of the land, they told me to go look at the land. If you know what happened, every time we go to that place, we gotta get police for what? For what? Because when you go to the port, they'll chase you from there. So I told them, I said, I can't buy the land. And how will come to my land? Each time I come police, they will run you out. Yeah, the man who would have left, I think he said one time when they flog him, they kept police. I mean, so that will be on. So he had a dusted to the say, we met on Jersey Road to one shop, got there, it's okay. The surveyor, look, but a good thing, for me, I don't have no idea of this stuff too much, right? So I took somebody who knows about all this stuff, but the guy who do my work in Liberia, one Ghanaian contractor, he and I went there. When we got to the place, I had the money, everything is the surveyor now, so I pay him money to do all the job. When they brought the deed to me, but then this deed, the owners of this deed, they had three spaces there for signatures. One of them signed, the guy who had a deal with him. So the man said, George, do not ask. So we say, ask the police about what the other signature. No problem. Once I sign it, the man said, no. That's not how it works. He went out, I can't let him purchase this thing. The surveyor got pissed off. I said, but you get there, who cares? You're expecting money that day. I said, who cares? You get there. I said, I'm going to be a fool. Put money here, the money, go, leave for here, all over. He was pissed off. I said, if I said, you get in bed, I'm paying your way. I want to pay away to go back there. I don't care. I said, you're paying your brother, you pay away. When I add you, I'm going to pay money to him for what? But that's just the kind of problem people goes through. If I don't care that man was going to soak me, because I would not know. I wouldn't see a signature there. I would go say, yeah, okay, the man got a deed there. But the man said, no. There are three that own a particular land, apparently, that family land. And the parent now died and left them in charge. So the three of them, signature got to be on this deed. I said, you could see that the guy, he was mad with the man. And like, where the other one come from? Where the man brought the man behind for? I will get my free money today, the man I can stop it. I said, well, and I revenue.
You know what they say? What they say now?
That man, when he talking, you think he said he was trying to convince you. Oh, I said no, it's not gonna happen. So that what happened in the country. It's a sad thing. I mean, I'm happy that where I got my properties located. I'm not in problem. No land issue with it. Yeah, all I think we on no island, nothing they can't. Property is built and it's fine. Yeah. So all that thing you're talking about, I'm gonna worry about that. It's up to them. Let them figure out what they want to figure out about. But the other people, I'm sorry, but it's a sad thing. And the government need to take. And this guy they called Johnny mentioned his man name, Brandy. Otello Brandy being land commissioner for rack of ages.
Yeah, Otello Brandy.
Yeah, land commissioner. But what happened? This being in the job for so long. What happened? What happened with the land issue now? Land commission.
Is he still living?
I don't think he's still there, sir. I think maybe living, but I don't think he's still there.
Oh, okay. Because I saw a young man the last time on one of the local TV, brilliant young man, knows the law. But like he said, that is not the issue. The issue is the enforcement, right? If you went to the court and you prove the case that the land belongs to you, and they say, you know, the land belongs to you, the government now is supposed to make sure that nobody encroaches on your land. You can't pay police 24/7 to guard your land. I went through the same thing again in Monrovia, this time in Monrovia. The family that owns Kenneja, the original family that used to own the Kenneja, they had Myean. I knew her very well. May her soul rest in peace. I purchased 2 acres from Myean in that area. She had a mother deed from 1932, signed by Charles, 1922 or something like 1928, signed by Charles D.B. King. So the deed was legitimate. She sold me the land, surveyed the land. When I came back, after a year, I went back. Somebody was building on the land. And I went to, that's what happened. Told me, my business son sold off the land. Went back to my business, she felt, she said, I'm sorry. This shouldn't happen, but this deed that this man signed, he shouldn't sign. I'm the executor. I'm the only one that's supposed to sign the deed. But the man had built his house already. That means I was out of the country over 7 months. So you hurry up, they just hurry up and build. So they gave me another land somewhere else. So this is what we are going through in the country, and it is causing a lot of problem. Then when I finally went home, there was a Ghanaian. A Ghanaian came and challenged me on my land. Can you imagine? A Ghanaian told me that the land belonged to him. Thank God we knew somebody. T.C. Gu was still alive at the time. So I had just had it to my wit's end. I went to TC, and the TC, this is what's happening. And TC Gu said, we will hunt this guy down. And they did. Arrested him, put him in jail. What they do is they will go to the archive and put in fake documents. He had gone to the house, to the land, and my nephew was there. He claimed that he owns the land. And he told my nephew, if you own the land, show me the deed. Basically, what he was looking for was to look at the date that I purchased the land so he can go and backdate his deed. You see how that country is? And TC Gu said, not only what you did was illegal and criminal, but you are a Ghanaian that is on a temporary visa, and you are taking Liberians, their legitimate land, because you know people in few places. You're doing this. They had him arrested. So land issue in Liberia is a serious issue. And that article that was written, I mean, how beautifully it was written. Mm-hmm. If we cannot take care of the in-house issue, forget about the international borders. If you don't know who owns land in Jalatown, on the old road, Congo Town, Buchanan, if you don't know who owns land, how the hell are you going to go to the borders and say, this is our demarcation? This is what we are talking about. But Tomalin, did you hear anything today about, I know I listened to Honorable Dillon when he said, with all due respect, there were no...
Well, I thought we were going to talk about like the student loans.
We're coming to it.
America thought, what's not America?
No.
America topic.
In America, you pay taxes. You're paying taxes.
Nobody always been like America topic.
At the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to go to what's on your mind. So we got 2 minutes left. But today you heard about, yesterday we heard the Honorable Senator says that Kehleboe was not given due process of law. But then he disappointed us by saying, but he's not coming back. What you make of this, if you say the man's rights were violated as a lawmaker, wouldn't it make sense for us to say, listen, let's have a redo. Let's bring him in, give him a due process. Let's do this in the right way. But to say we violated his right, but too bad, he's not coming back. I thought that was
I think what he said was, I mean, first of all, he's not part of that particular house.
That's true. That's true.
But he said that his point was, whether he come back or not, the idea they can make the argument that he's not coming back, but the idea he wasn't giving a due process. So he wasn't saying he's not coming back. He was saying even if they're saying he's not coming back, the idea that he did not receive a due process. So he wasn't saying that, oh, he's not coming back, like he ought to say he's not coming back. He was saying that the house can argue and say, you're going to do all you're talking about, he ain't coming back. Okay, but even if you're saying that, but yet and still, the man wasn't given due process. And I think that's what he was trying to say, because I spoke to him on the phone and he mentioned, and he went what that would mean too. So he didn't say that he saying also that he ain't coming back. He said, but he was just trying to stress that if they can even say he ain't coming back, but yet and still, the process wasn't accorded due process. Yeah.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 7 o'clock on the dial here, and we come to the most critical section. And yesterday, Anthony Kehleboe, who is the Deputy Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, he's trying to clean up after the show what we did. I'm not saying because we did a show that he's trying to clean up after the old man, but I think it was Tomalin George that mentioned that they should be on every show, every network, to clarify, to tone it down, to clean it up. So he came out this morning and said what Joseph Boyka said was not his own word. He was quoting Winston Churchill, and he published that particular quotation. So my question to him was, Mr. Kehleboe, if you say the president, those words was not meant for us, he was quoting Winston Churchill as a elementary English 101. The people tell you that you have to do your citation. If you are quoting Tomalin George, you got to say, I'm quoting Tomalin George, quote unquote. You cannot claim ownership then when the fire comes and you say, this was a quotation Winston Churchill. So, Tomalin, let me go to find out we after our show yesterday, it looks like things got hot. And like I say, disclaimer, we are not saying we made them do anything. But the Deputy Minister for State Presidential Affairs, Mr. Anthony Kehleboe, came out and said,
I'll be about 1 minute.
Yeah, he says what the president said was a quotation that he borrowed from Winston Churchill. So I told him, I said, even if that's true, it's even worse than the original crime, because if you are an intellectual president of a nation and you are stealing somebody's intellectual property without citation, without giving them credit, it's a fraud. In academia, you know how bad it is, you know how they frown upon that. So I asked him, I said, you would rather be charged with fraud than taking credit or taking responsibility and just say, you know what, this quotation was out, it was misplaced. And second, it was not mine, and I'm sorry for not doing the quotation or not doing the citation. So you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot say, don't hold Joseph Boyka responsible, because Winston Churchill said it, but you never mentioned that in the first place. Everybody was clapping for you because you were so brilliant. They were cheering for you. Now that thing backfired, you are now saying it was Winston Churchill. And I just want to discuss that before we go to what's on your mind.
Yeah, I mean, the very same Jala guy said like is a fraud. I mean, when I saw those signatures, you know, part of my profession as a technologist and spending the last few years in cybersecurity and forensics, you're trained to have a very analytical, forensical eye. So, because a lot of evidence gathering is required, right? You go through a lot of audits, and therefore you have to be very meticulous. And so, when you have those eyes, it doesn't take much to spot what we call like outliers. If something is fraud or if it's authentic, there are certain indicators. And so just looking at the signature and then seeing how vehemently he was trying to distance himself from it, the passion didn't match the crime, right? Or the passion didn't match the non-crime. I knew he was fake and gay. Like, I knew he was very, very false in his attempt to dissuade the public and fool them into believing that he was not one of the betrayers who had betrayed his comrade. Well, at the end of the day, a lot of people stood against that, and I'm glad that I stood my ground, because he's fake. One day he's like preaching how he didn't do that. The next day he's dancing and cheering for Joseph Boakai. He was definitely bribed. He definitely got that 25,000 and just had to save face for his constituent. Why not just be honest? Be like, look what, they pay me 25,000. I can't get you half of it, right? At least let them benefit, but don't come lie to the people. Like, it makes no sense. So when you see people now are trying to soften the blowback, it's like, it's not going to work, because you're not speaking to a bunch of idiots. You're speaking to people who are actually very much inclined, people who are very much there, people who are very vibrant. So your mere lies or your propaganda is not going to work. And as I said yesterday, looking at Winston Churchill as any type of hero, where you're going to borrow from his quotes, it just means that you yourself don't have your own. You lack the intellectual capacity. Number one, if you're trying to be comedic or you're trying to be philosophical, you absolutely lack the philosophical acumen, right? As someone said yesterday, why couldn't you just say, oh, like, if you go in the market, my booty ratty, why couldn't you just use like those Liberian phrases? Why you had to try to borrow from someone who was more heinous, who was such a heinous person? You can put him right there, like with Hitler. And that's the person you're trying to borrow from. So either way you spin this whole thing is fake and gay. The president meant exactly what he said. No one should try to sugarcoat it. It was repeated by his cabinet, several of them. So if it was not the intent, they would have not repeated it. The fact that they did the double down on his insult. So what are we, the public, supposed to take that as, oh no, they were just referencing Churchill? And you rightly said, no one put that or properly allocated or attributed, right, credit to Churchill. When you quote someone, you have to like attribute credit to them. It's intellectual property. You didn't do that. So all around, like, you just missed the point. So this whole excuse and this whole trip that they're on, it's just not. We see through it. We see through the lies. We see through the BS. So sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry, but this time around, your hand got caught in the cookie jar and you're just trying to get it out of it, but it's not going to work.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Look, Fanta and myself and Tomalin and yesterday Robert Garguah, we are trying to find something positive to say about this administration. If you know something that is positive, that is directly impacting the people, positively impacting the people in the form of healthcare, the economy, employment, just please bring it forward so we can discuss it, because you guys are making us look bad. Look like we're just beating up on this president when you're keeping all the good news to yourselves. Share the good news, not just good news, verifiable good news that we have decided, we have declared from yesterday that next week we are going to be sending our reporters to go to the overpass, the bridge, the building, so we can have something positive to say. But with that, we're going to come up with the history, because the overpass started with, I guess, Ellen, then we took it. It's like football, right? You get a ball, you pass it to Fanta pass it to to Tomalin, Tomalin pass it to Pewee, and Pewee score. You can't say one man did it all. That's why they call it game. It's a team sport. So when we bring that, nobody should say you don't want to give the man credit, he did it. We understand. But it's a collective effort. And I'm glad that he's completed it, just like President. We are completed the airport, I guess the ministerial complex, and then name it after the originator, name it after my Ellen, because Ellen started the project. This is what we are talking about. We always say government is continuity, but then, when they say continuity, it started somewhere else. So along that line, we have to give credit where credit belongs to everybody that got involved. And if we finally scored a goal, we will acknowledge that. So you shouldn't say, well, every time the president does something, you don't want to gain full credit. No, that's not how it works. So if you know something, if you have a new company that moved in your neighborhood that hired about 25 to 50 people or 10 people, if the government supplied medical doctors or medication to your hospital is fully funded, send out the good news so we can run with it, please. But when we read the headlines, like what we saw yesterday, there's no way we can leave those kinds of headlines to go find something that, when you fact check, we can't have it. But now let's go to, let me go to Tomalin. Tomalin, tell us what's on your mind. People really like that segment, and I have to give credit where credit is due. It was Tomalin George that called me one night and said, let's start a new segment called What's on Your Mind. And I said, why? He said, I'm
a visionary.
Yes, he said the intended purpose is so the audience can interact with us, because we just talk. So the audience can interact, and people been asking. So guys, wherever you are tuning in from, in the comment section, let us know what's on your mind, what's going on in your company. Before we go to press, so there's a lot. We can't be everywhere. There are a lot of things happening in your neighborhood that we need to know. Just let us know, and we'll definitely discuss it. Obviously, be careful. We are not here to gossip about folks. We are not here to use vulgarity. We are not here to pass false news. So if it's true, put it in here. We'll discuss it.
Yes, Mr. Gayman. It comes back to this date in history.
Mm-hmm.
Today I was following the program, and when they were singing, I spoke to one of the relatives of those people who were killed. And the person will be on the show on tomorrow.
Good.
And the person was telling me that they apparently were on a call. They had a Zoom watching the whole from America, watching in Liberia. Their families in Liberia watching it too. And they were singing the song, how tedious and tasteless the hour, and they said they brought a lot of emotion took place. People were very emotional about that. And that's one of the reasons why tomorrow we'll host them, because what happened on that day has never happened in the country. And sometimes I put myself, I want to put myself in the shoes. Whatever you claim that their parents did or whatever they did, there's no justification for the way in which they were taken off this earth. No justification for that. Even our constitution, the organic law of our country, nothing in our constitution says that you put people on a pole and fight and shoot them point blank and kill them. But that what happened to these people's relatives. And most of the folks were people that during this time they were young. Some of them were still in their teens. Imagine they're living with all their parents all these years. And one thing the man told me today was, he said, Tomalin, we have not even seen our people where they were buried, the bones. Some of them, their bodies, They had it in Central Street, but that place was damaged and so forth. But some people today get the opportunity to see or the relatives, go to their relatives, stand by their bedside and see them and they pass on. Some people during the war, I remember during the war, we were walking, you see people passing by bodies on the ground, on the streets, passing by bodies. And so many bodies lie there and just one of the bones, you see the next, after we see the bones. Some people, me who's standing here today, my brother, my biological brother, he was at a TB annex. And I remember we visited him a few days before that, July 2nd. And he was there. But July 2nd, we up to today, we know who whether that was the MPFL or the AFL, but they said an armed group went and ransacked that place and said the people there were lying. They were not patients. They were lying, pretending to be patient, lying on the kind of patient to cause harm, and they massacred the people over there. Today, so and there are people today who since the war they are not even seeing their relatives yet, and once you see your relative by now, you assume the person was killed or the person died in the war. Because if you since the war, you tell me if you somewhere you won't come up to say let me show myself now. No. So, but these people on that fateful day, 10 days after the coup, they put the people that they watch their parents, their fathers that are all men, fathers, their grandfathers, their fathers, their brothers, their uncles, their cousins, their nephew being publicly executed. And today they had a memorial for them, and so tomorrow they will have some of their kids will be here tomorrow, their children will be here tomorrow, their nieces or some of their cousin will be here, their grandchildren will be here tomorrow, and to shed light on what happened that day and 46 years later, how do they feel, to be, and we've all seen your parents, your relatives since that time. It's a sad time. So today, all day today, I've been thinking about it, Mr. Gayman. I've been thinking about what the people went through. Because some people were in the States, some people were in America. And imagine all you just witnessed on TV, see your father being fired, shot up, point blank. And I will repeat, see what you want to say, but there was no justification for that. If the people committed a crime, the law says they should be given due process, go through a trial. If they found guilty, let them go to jail or something, but not to kill them. And so you killed the people yesterday, 46 years ago. Today, what happened? Corruption is more rampant than ever in our country. The people using public offices for their personal gain. We're hearing that relative of the powers that be, they are all in our diamond mine, our logging field. They transport our logs, our diamond with unscrupulous business people. Today, you got people giving their relatives jobs all the way across the country. Then you say, what? So the people was executed for no reason. So that's my point, Mr. Gayman. That's how I feel, just on my mind today, that what happened 46 years ago should not happen in our country again. And we should always remember that there are procedure for grievances. If someone is accused of a crime or committing something against the people of Liberia, let them go through the legal system. That's why I always say the war, the coup, all these things wasn't necessary. I mean there were ways to get our grievances done. That's why I would never, you hear me talk about we should start fighting war in Liberia again. No, I'm part of that stuff because I know I went through war, started war no more. But it doesn't help because you get involved in war, something else will happen. And you saw what happened to Gayman. MPF started, then you to what? You limbo, then LPC, and it's like it is Liberia Defense Force. They put it in. And you see, and it took our African brothers and sisters to come and pay the ultimate price for our country.
A lot of them died.
So that's on my mind today.
Okay, let me. I'm trying to do what Fanta doing. I'm learning how to do it. I'm gonna get my ticket.
Johnny say you want to tell on your mind. Johnny,
go ahead. Johnny, tell her what's on your mind.
Yeah, so I have two things on my mind, two real things. One is the situation at the border between Liberia and Guinea in Solomon. And I was there 2 weeks ago, and I did some basic sociological analysis around the border on a Wednesday. And then on Thursday, I traveled to Guinea from the Bonjemasa to Kodubone and went to Masanta. It's actually called Masanta in Loma, or we call it Masanta by way of the way it is. And I met with some of the members of my grandfather's family. That it's a family group called the Kehleboe, and we had a conversation. So what on my mind is that I'm available for what I said over there. I'm available to support whatever initiative the government is involved with to see how we can resolve that matter and provide a means of which Liberians and Guineans can trust and believe in each other and have no issue to cross the river or to come and claim land on any side. And the key thing I noticed at the Solomon border is that there is a mountain or a rocky hill that is used by cases in Loma, cases in Guinea, cases in Sierra Leone, cases in Liberia for traditional spiritual worship. And that is key to our survival as Africans. And I think that's one conduit that we can also leverage to begin to improve our relationship between Liberia and Guinea, and even Sierra Leone in that triangular space of River Union. The second thing I have in mind also is that we need to work seriously on our land governance in Liberia. Our land governance should not just be about going to court. I will appreciate if the government, Liberia, the legislature, the executive branch, can work around to ensure that all land matters that first goes to Liberia Land Authority. Because there are several mechanisms that are being put in place to ensure that land matters are resolved. Because every human being, every living thing, whether human being or plants or animals, need to have access to land. No one on earth should be denied access to land. It is a land use activities, whether to live on, whether to fishing, whether to farm, whatever we need to do to live, everybody needs to have access to land. So those two key issues are important for our Liberian survival, even for the sub-region, for West Africa. I remember a few years back, I led a program at the Carter Center where traditional leaders from Cote d'Ivoire and Liberia met in Israel, where President Ouattara and President Salih engaged each other to talk about how we can improve in the cross-border trade. And then we had a second round visit also in Cote d'Ivoire, in Chikro, where President Ouattara and President Salih also got there to engage with the two groups to ensure that the border between Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire will be used for peaceful trade and whatever we can do to make sure the two populations around there and to live in peace. And I think from that experience, we can identify that as a means of improving our border between Liberia and Guinea, Liberia and Sierra Leone. So those are the things I thought to share as what is on my mind as a Liberian in terms of moving forward for progress and prosperity of Liberia. Thank you.
Great. Ricky says what on his mind is he said he hate when the government official donates something that was donated by another country I hate when the government official donates something that was donated by another country or charity. Find out, I think this one here, our government, I mean, from across wherever, I mean, we go all the way back. They will go to these different countries and they will solicit these things. And then when the things get into the country, they will in turn either donate it in their names or in their relative names. I mean, it is just, I mean, this one is so popular, everybody does it. You go to China, they donate something, you come, like president naming things after them. So usually, and I have to give it to Ellen. Ellen said she was in Grand Bassa County when they were launching the community college there, and the president of the community college decided to do a statue, right, in honor of her, and she told them no. Usually when these things happen, it is after the person's turn, and then people get together and then say, this is what we do, and then it go through a process. But no, thank you, you cannot name anything after me while I'm in office, So yesterday when I saw the people naming a building after the sitting president to go and open it and dedicate it, there was a great departure from the old order. But yes, Ricky is saying, why people do this? You go to a country that give you something and you come, you donate it in your name.
Yeah, because our people are not authentic, they're not honest, and they love to claim credit for what they didn't do, claim credit for what they don't have, claim credit for what, even if they had the opportunity to, will not do it. They rather go around begging, like the beggars that they are, from one door to the next, one country to the next, and then sell the resources of our nation for pennies. So what you see in these donations, which is why the government will never speak out against your Metals or your China Union, because China is an active donor to this government, to Liberia, and rather than leveraging the resources that are under our earth, or rather than being very tactical in the negotiation with partners like China or Turkey, they will sell our resources for very cheap, and then when they give them the pennies, they claim it to be theirs. So this is not new. I'm not surprised that Bwaka would do something like this. The puppet is just shameless. Like it's just shamelessness, and we have to call them out. Look, any type of infrastructure development is very much welcome, and a lot of these projects are continuance. They were not originated with the Bwaka administration. A lot of them, a good 90% of them. I know for this Western Highway, we commissioned, I think, from Medina to Wabersport. Now Bwaka is going to take it all the way like to the border. So to make it seem as if to say this was a project that originated with his administration, or to go and build a building and name it after yourself while you're still sitting in office, there is no sense of decorum with this administration. And that's why, like I said the last time, we have become a nation uncouth. Completely. How else like do you describe that?
Good. Let me go to Tomalin. Kafuma Suarez says, we don't talk much about the government. He said road connectivity is a positive development. Why are we not talking about it?
Oh, but we've been talking about it. We had a public minister here, and he gave us a lot of updates on the road, the projects. Recently, over the weekend, President Bwaka and President Mara Bio, they broke ground for the construction of a multi.
Could you please flag his statement so you don't think we
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, we try our best. Like I said, everybody views it on the platform is different, but where the government would be in a positive, we recognize it, But as I said, most of the time the news from the country is negative. That's the problem. You see? For instance, why waste time on spending money to remove a lawmaker, and the money that can be used for a lot of purpose. But you can't tell me that that process to remove Yeke was done with all no financial inducement involved. And we saw what happened with Kofa. You saw we had the evidence that people was running with the money. The guy who was the chairman on rules and order, he was caught with, you see in the car with the money. The guy that jumped on the other man ran from the car and took the money to it. And that case is still with LSCC. We have not heard nothing about that case. And that case is perhaps dead. So we talk about it. I mean, honestly, trust me, if the presidency, if the government tomorrow secure some good investment that will create jobs for Liberians, thousands of Liberians, will be our headlines. We'll talk about it. If we get tomorrow to say that the government have put aside 50 million to upgrade GFK, that'll be big news. If they say the government have cut down the budget to prioritize health, most of our national budget will maybe 20% or 25% towards health, 20% towards education and so forth, agriculture. That'll be big news for us. But how will we talk something good about this, about good when you have 13.5 million of our budget is directed towards the 5 top officials in the country: the president, the vice president, speaker, deputy speaker, and pro tem. That's something that to talk about good news. Somebody spending 500,000 on entertainment. Look at the supplementary budget that was passed last week, 45 million. You're giving NSA another more 22 million, I think, 18 million. And agriculture is getting 500,000. So that you expect the force to make the news good? No. But so I pray. I want to talk about the government, talk good news. I want to be talking good things. But if there's nothing good to talk about, you can't force it. You can't force it. So that's my concern.
Mr. Soiree, it's good to say these things. They are rural connectivity. It's so broad and so vague. If you were to come and say, gentlemen, from Kenema to Bassa, or the coastal highway have begun, and we have done this, we've done that, then people can say, okay, we'll send our reporters there to see whether this has happened. But when you say rural connectivity, everybody says that. What rural connectivity we are talking about? If you just told us what is rural connectivity, then people will go there and verify. But when you say, you don't want to talk about rural connectivity, we can just sit here and talk about rural connectivity.
Wait, but Mr. Gayman, I think so let's entertain what Kafumba is saying, right? There is something else, and it's a very valid point, but there's something else that I think we also have to acknowledge. These things don't happen in a vacuum. As I said, most of these projects are continuance. And of course, we should welcome anytime parts of the countries are being connected. It is very important. It's very critical for a lot of reasons. It gets more food to the market. People are able to get access health more rapidly. You have trade flowing easily, right? Ease of access. All those things are really good. But we also have to look under the lever to understand how these things were negotiated. For example, this highway, this Western highway that the president just launched with the president of Sierra Leone, they got into agreement, and I asked the public works minister about this when he was last here, and he defended it. Oh, this is a good deal. This is a $364 million project, where 40% the government of Liberia have to pay, and 60% is a private company, which is a Sierra Leonean company called Pavifort Associates. They get to bring 60%, which is about $218 million, and the government has to pay the 40%, which is $146 million. Let's ask ourselves, where is this money coming from? Is it going to be borrowed? Is the government going to borrow this money as they often do? Are they going to borrow this money from your Echo Bank or from a financial institution, be it local or international, to where it's going to acquire or accumulate interest? What is going to be the true cost? What is going to be the true cost of this quote unquote infrastructure development? And then don't forget, Pavifort gets to have complete ownership. of this road for 25 years. So it's a concession because they're going to install toll booths. They're going to install toll booths on this road. Have they clearly laid out the fee structure? How much they're going to be charging taxi drivers, bus drivers, trucks? The Liberians get to weigh in who are going to be obligated to pay these tolls to a private company. Are they going to have their voices heard to ensure those fee structures actually accommodate the people who use these roads? I haven't seen it. And that's why I asked the public works minister the last time, can you please share these documents with us? What are the agreements that you made with this private company? They're going to have this road for 25 years. They're going to charge any type of toll they want to charge. You say, no, it's okay. Please share with us. I still haven't seen that. Maybe Tomalin has or someone else. But we cannot continue or we cannot have these conversations in silos. They have to be comprehensive. We have to develop responsibly. If we're irresponsible about our infrastructure development, we're going to wake up one morning, the entire country has been sold. Because all of the agreements they're getting into are concessions. 25 years from now, Kafuma, like, imagine your age. Like, I don't know how old you are, but 25 years from now, what type of mental state will you be in to contribute proactively to the development of your country? Or if you saw something wrong, what would you be able to do 25 years from now? How much debt that Liberia is accumulating by taking on like this project? How much debt do our children have to pay? Right now, where Liberia debt stands, every single Liberian, from Ma Mary to Ma Wata to you, Tomalin, to you, Mr. Gayman, you owe your portion of that debt is at least like $500. $500. Did you sit in any of those concession deals, or did you sit in any of those meetings where they were engaging the IMF, the World Bank, to take on those loans at exorbitant interest rates? No. The public was not invited, and most of it goes in their pocket. That's the thing. If it was going into the country is one thing, but most of it, a good number of it, goes into their pocket. Tomalin just mentioned correctly. So we have to talk about responsible development, not just, we're having development. In what manner? It's irresponsible.
Well, my friend Kafuma, the road do not actually, while it's a great thing, it does not create jobs. Okay? What creates jobs in mass are, when we talk about factories, when you build factories, we have to go through our own industrial revolution. We have to do all of these things. Manufacturing is where the jobs are. When you open a factory to make shoes or to make chairs or to make parts, you can hire 4 shifts. Even if you hire 20% per shift, that's 80 people that work around the clock. So this is what we are talking. When you build a road, you see the highway they are building, you will find 2 women holding the flag and doing this, few guys doing this. About 10 people will be doing a whole mile of road, 10 people for 2-3 years they're doing that. But if you were to open a manufacturing factory in Liberia, like Tomalin, I'm calling him our friend because I like what he's doing, or what is SETI? Right. SETI is proposing. Jetty is proposing manufacturing tires in Liberia. The process of manufacturing tire require hundreds and hundreds of employees. That's what we are talking about, good paying jobs. If a factory hires 200 folks, do you know what it is to have 200 families in Liberia bringing home $300-400 a month?
But Mr. Gayman, even in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
I say this, each of us that are on this platform, I believe everyone on the platform sends money home every day. But look at it this way. each person take it this way. 10% relying on you. I mean, some people more, but that's a 10%. You got your relatives there, you got your friend, some relative. They depend on you every month. So look at what you're talking about. 10%. Yeah. So look, like the brother is saying, I mean, highlight this guy. And on a serious note, Brabi and Ba, I agree with you 100%. And that's what we keep on saying. Our constitution, 1986, so how many years now? How many years? 20 years, right?
Yes.
No, more than that.
No, 40 years.
40
years.
Yeah. Okay. Now, for God's sake, let's be frank. The brother is right. Robert, I mean, there's no reason why we should still be relying on the 1986 constitution. We should have done some amendment by now. But we still have how many? 1986 constitution. And what the country are moving forward. But when you try to do it, the argument comes there and says, don't give anybody who color your color shouldn't be considered naturalized, be considered citizen in Liberia. Okay? And now what kind of country will be backwards? Let's be frank. When you tell them, they say, oh, but so they put my auntie our land for all, but your country is 178 years old, you going nowhere. Why can't open up, let people come and develop the country too? It will help people. If I'm a white man, I come to your country, I born children there all, and you say I can't be citizen there? You think I'll put my money there? No. Why you think most Liberians in America, they be in America for, they can tell you, say, me, I retire in Liberia. Because what? And they pay and then they was keep buried. So it ain't fair. It's fair to be citizen here, or you might be citizen in your country. It ain't fair. Why you can't retire in America? Why you retire in Liberia? And trust me, most of our friends, they're gone home now. They retired, they're gone. Living their best lives in Liberia. In the morning, they go on their farm. I mean, they go to the business site. On Thursday, they pack their truck, their car, straight on the farm. When you get to the farm, you think you're in Georgia. Get on the farm, you think you're in Georgia. You see the fish, the people come to you think, I want to somebody farm me like, bro, I say, wow, this is a man farm. Now you mean this is a man farm. I've never experienced darkness there. The person living the best of life. In fact, the person have they think they call coke out in America. When people can have coke in Liberia. And some people can be confused because they drink all in the top. They say, huh? Then the food say like me. Everything there. So Mr. Gayman, Brabi and Ba, I agree with you 100%. It's about time we change the constitution. We amend it, do something with it. Can't be living on a 40-year constitution, nothing has changed. We give one person 9 years. One person 9 years, and $45,000 every 3 years for a new car. And majority of people living in abject poverty. Man, look, we're joking in that country.
Let me welcome the great Robert Garguah Jr. Welcome to the show. What's on your mind? We can't hear you.
Raw is muted. Okay.
That one.
We hear you now. Talk.
Where?
No.
Let you go out and come back in. But this is what we are talking about. Tomalin, I was born in District Number 3 in Grand Bassa County, and our travel land is about 1,500 acres, right?
Yeah.
And my cousin Daniel Chia took some. He made rubber farm and all of that, and the land is just there. When we were growing up, that area, we had like almost 300, 400 people living in that area. Today, in my town where I was born, we got about 9 people. The vast land is just there wasting. Everybody have died. No development, nothing going on. Instead of us going out and bringing investors to say, okay, we can sell the land, but under this condition, or we give you the land, and our people get percentage of this, whatever investment you make here, let the people benefit from this. All those kind of creative way of bringing money and wealth into the country. The people just sitting on it and saying, no, we shouldn't let any white man come here. We shouldn't let anybody who is not our kind should ever own land. Then recently now they're complaining the Burkina Faso, the Fulanese are coming and squatting on the land. And you don't want to give the land for you to get money. Now you're complaining Burkina Faso black. Let us steal your land. So this is what we are talking about. Some of these documentation we're talking about. Some of these documents are so old. It doesn't pass the smell test. We understand when they bring a lot of money, they can buy us out. We understand that this is why your lawmakers, those that are going to revise the Constitution, should do it in a way that you are well protected. That they should even have limit on how many acres one person can buy, and that their purchase of the land should never drive people off their land. These are things that you can do to help folks. But to just say we'd rather die with the land empty than to have somebody develop it, to me, it is wrong. We should change it. If you think you complaining that the foreigners are taking over the economy, yeah, they are taking over the economy because you didn't structure your laws to benefit you. The same people who are complaining that they don't want white people, Tomalin, they are fronting for the white folks. They are fronting for the Lebanese. So who do you think you can fool? You can't fool us. You're fooling yourself. But all of those Lebanese, all of those beautiful land, all of those buildings, who you think fronting for them? The same lawmakers.
Of course. They're
benefiting, their children benefiting, but they don't want us to benefit by coming here with this scare tactic. If you give the white man a chance, you're going to take everything. In the meantime, you are using the white man to build his supermarket, to build his stores, to build his hospitals. Those expensive hotels you see all in Monroe, who you think own them? So you sit there and fool yourself, let them fool you. These people got major contracts. Continue to have those contracts. They don't want you in on it. Give me the opportunity to sell my land reasonably to a white person or anybody who can afford to buy it. But to lock me out of the contract and say you can't sell this to a white man, but in the meantime, you are selling the land, you are fronting, you are a fraud, fake.
But that's what they do, Mr. Gayman. There are laws on the books, right? That certain, and these laws are on the books though. Setting businesses in Liberia, you need a librarian to be at the top, to be involved in top. Have shares in that business to be able to have that business exist. But they will go to the.
Can you please highlight Mr. James Brown, James K. Brown's comment there so we can look at it.
Okay, you go to the place. They give you everything you front for the person. But I was told that by the time if they leave the agency responsible to legalize that particular contract or agreement. Let's say you're a foreigner, I'm a Liberian. I will go up, you put my name on the dark marriage and go there. The minute you leave for that, you say, my man, just buy me up. Let me go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay, good. Awesome.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you.
We are on our segment, What's on Your Mind. You can see a lot of folks coming with different comments. You can see what Mr. Brown, what on his mind, he think that Brown said, I said something that really touched his nerve. He's upset with me. How can you so-called educated people talk about non-Negro buying our land? Do you know what these people are doing in other countries? Gayman, stop this kind of foolish talk. You need to push for government to empower their citizens so we can invest. Who's stopping you from investing?
But Mr. Brown, the senior citizen elected a very people that saw president still. So what do you expect? You high election the point. Robert, go ahead.
But what does he think that other black successful immigrants are doing in this country? The people that are returning home, and that have invested in Liberia, that are able to build mansions for themselves, have one or two cars in the parking and driveway, have farms and live life outside of government. I'm not talking about people who work in government, right? Well, how do you think they were able to generate the wealth that they have now? They were able to do it because, the constitution of countries abroad, right? As complicated and strict as they may be, created that space for them to be able to come, give them a path to citizenship one way or the other, depending on how you came to in this country and other countries, and give them access to great education and the ability to compete in a very competitive market, right? And so that's how people are able to. How do you think Liberians that are here in this country that are working and remitting over $8-9 million annually? What do you think that money is coming from? How do you think they're able to do that? They're able to do that because they're working, they're paying taxes, and they're making impacts in their respective environments, in their respective communities. And so I do agree that the 1986 Constitution, part of the 1986 Constitution, does not reflect our reality now, right? But the importance of having leaders, right? Leaders, and sometimes I don't think we've actually gotten this, Tomalin. The importance of having transitioning from leaders from the 60s, there's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with having a 75-year-old or 80-year-old president. There's nothing. But let's face it. These people grew up under different times, right? Their realities then, those realities does not suffice today. This is the age of technology. Government are empowering citizens when it comes to science and math, when it comes to information technology. They're prioritizing these things for a reason, right? We are in a whole new century. These people don't understand, and even when it comes to governance, they don't understand that things have changed. So why it is important that their wisdom are needed from an advisory perspective, I don't think these people should be in the position of power or decision making. They shouldn't. And Liberia is an example of that. The leaders we've had over the past few years, okay, some of them have done good, some of them are very smart, but most of them just don't understand what it takes to move our country forward. I'm not gonna lie to you. They don't understand what it takes to move our country forward. And so the Constitution, clauses within the Constitution I talked about, non-Negro and things like that, do those circumstances exist today? I don't think they do. And would I be against a white man who has lived in Liberia for over 5 years, have shown his commitment and has invested in Liberia, is open to understanding our culture and elevating our culture and promoting our culture from a positive perspective? Would I be opposed to him or her becoming citizen of Liberia? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They're getting married to right now. The people they are with our women. They are with our women. Some of them are attempting to kill our women. They are with our women right now. Some of them are having babies. They're part of who we are. So I think we need to create. We need to make smart, sensible amendment to the Constitution when it comes to some of these things. My only reservation when it comes to that, Mr. Gayman, is the fact that as it stands right now, there are people of non-Negro descent that are currently acquiring land in our country, and they are able to do so because of this whole corruption. We have the Constitution is one thing; it's on the books. The implementation and enforcing that is a separate thing. So if they are illegally acquiring land right now, from the back end, why don't we create an environment where they are able to acquire land with some level of restriction, right? My only issue is, how do we empower Liberians? How do we empower the natives of the land? When are they going to be in a space to acquire the kinds of lands that these foreigners are able to acquire? How? They need jobs. They need jobs so that they're able to save. They need jobs so that they're able to talk about retirement. They need jobs so that they're able to invest. With that job, backing all day, even if you send them $150 every month for food, that's about where it stops. There is no future, there's no retirement, nothing. But we need to create that environment so that they're able to work, they're able to earn reasonably, and that they're able to invest reasonably. Right now, we're not doing that. And if we open the space that gives the advantage to foreigners only, and the 10% of Liberians that are fortunate, like you and I, who don't necessarily need government jobs to survive or maintain a particular lifestyle in Liberia or wherever we are, I think it's to the disadvantage of native Liberians. That's my only fear. That as the system is right now, Liberians are living in their own country like slaves. Liberians are living in their own country like foreigners, like refugees. This is my fear. And so if they are living in their own country like refugees, if foreigners are the ones who are hiring these people, the maids, the drivers, the security, the gig guys, if these are the only jobs for them, right, at the hands of foreigners, especially white men, it takes you back to the days of the slavery in a Negro state. This is my fear. But if we have an environment where there's this level of competitiveness, where Liberians can equally compete with foreigners when it comes to investment, when it comes to acquiring lands, when it comes to building, creating businesses, then we can see the benefit of what these foreigners will bring to the country. That's my only fear right now. That we need to change something about how do we empower Liberians. But it is a government responsibility. And it's the responsibility of lawmakers to brainstorm on these things when it comes to how do we empower our citizens. But look at what they're doing right now. Look at how many work permits are given to foreigners who don't even meet the requirement because of $150 or whatever that amount looks like, because of these brown envelopes and these huge perks that they're giving to these lawmakers. The system is flawed, it's corrupt. And if it stays this way and we amend that law, I think we will be putting our people back into a normal day slavery.
Tomalin, if I have, I'm one of the few people who got 4 lots in the middle of Tingle Village, 4 lots. Everybody else got 1 lot, half lot, 1 lot, half. I got 4. Okay? If I wanted to sell one of my lots to a German for $1 million, and he want to build his mansion.
Let me ask you a question. Let me interrupt you. So your lot you got, how long you been having it?
Since 2004.
And it's just there.
No, I built on 1 lot, and I fenced the whole thing in, so it's a property.
Yeah, good. But you see, the problem I got some people, right? They've been having land for more than 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the poor fund down and want for us to say, yeah, they're not developable. Just sitting there.
Yeah.
When I got land. So and that place could get be developed. But infantile wisdom, the people there shouldn't, the poor should just hold on to that land. You hold on to that land. Yeah.
You can't in the city, you can't do that.
They hold the land for 30 years. Not happening there.
If you in Cape Mount, you gotta plant cassava, you gotta plant potato grain, you gotta use the land. You can just sit on it and die on it.
For 20 years to 35 years undeveloped.
Look, Tomalin just want to justify a two-way party people stealing our land and our.
How that stealing? I find out how that stealing. I come to Cape Mount. They find out y'all got 500 acres here. Okay, I need 10 acres. How much y'all want for it? You say, okay, the family plan to give you $1 million. Okay, I give you $1 million. Y'all take that money and do something else, and I build my mansion there. You know, whenever a nice house is built somewhere, the property value around goes up. So what's wrong with that?
I think Tomalin's point is very interesting. It's actually very laughable because he's trying to.
But find out you got all that land. Came out saying, what you do all that land? You sitting over here.
Let me make a point. Right?
Yeah. I know. Let me lay the one on you. I know your family got a lot of land. Why you doing with all that land?
Okay, let me paint a very perfect picture for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I often
it's so grave. All the old people died at the time right now. You know.
Wait. I often say here that I'm probably more Liberian than Liberia itself. So I will remind you guys that being from 3 counties, or like just say primarily 2, right? Let's just say Bong and like Grand Cape Mount. My grandfather was a farmer. I mean, he was a businessman. Let's just put it that way. In Cape Town, 80 Kamara. If you go to Banga today, or Batala, that's my mother's hometown. Like, that's where he settled when he came from. I think Nimba or like Lufa. In any case, he got into farming and planted cocoa and rubber, rice. My grandmother planted pineapple. So was very much into farming. So that's what we did with the land there. In so Madengo Pele, right? Madengo Pele Fula. And then you have in Cape Mount, where you have my ancestry home is Wheelaw. My grandmother is from Wheelaw. And then my father was born in Banga. And so Gola Mende Vai. And so you have today, in fact, yesterday, some of my relatives and I were discussing, because our lands have been in the family for generations. The previous generations have not been able to develop it, but they have done very well in keeping it and maintaining it for future generation. That future generation happened to be someone like me, right? And my siblings and other relatives who can finally afford. I hope you're following. The previous generation, most of them are not educated. Most of them never worked for Fortune 500 companies as C-level executives. Most of them never earned 6 figures. So the type of development you're talking about would require that type of investment. So they've done what they had to do, which is keep it in the family until it got to us, where a person like me can make the level of investment that is required. Had they sold it, today would be a different story. As I was saying a couple of days ago, me and a couple of my relatives in Cape Town was discussing that bee mounting continues to encroach on our ancestral land. They said they have discovered new minerals in Liberia, and it happens to be under our ancestral land in Grand Cape Mount. And I said, I dare them to attempt. They have been harassing the people in Banga to evacuate. We talk about this coercive purchase or forced purchase. That's what they've been doing to the people for a very long time, until you have a person like Fanta Kamara, like, who says, screw that. Uncle Salawo, thank you for keeping this land. I know you're like 80 plus, 90 years old now. I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping this in our family. I'm here. My siblings are here. Other relatives who can afford to finally invest in this land are here. If they had not kept what Bee Mountain now is so interested in evacuating the entire town, as they've done in other parts of Cape Mount, it will be a different story, Mr. Gayman. So you see why it's so important. Land ownership. It's not something that just because you find yourself like maybe like in a tight space, you have to sell it. Maybe you, that generation, cannot afford to develop it, but your children, who you get to invest in and send them to school, will one day rise to a level where they can come back and say, my grandparents, my ancestors, thank you so much for not selling this land. Because now I can finally afford, we can finally afford as a family to develop it. And not made the mistake to sell it to a B mountain. Rather than doing that, why we, the children, can raise $1 million, $2 million, and develop it. We can buy mining equipment and mine it. When we relocate our people, if necessary, the conditions that we're going to relocate them to will be elevated. It will not be demeaning, like what mining companies do. It will be a respectable position. We will provide jobs, actually, for members of the family, but also members of the entire county.
Okay, let me ask you, how long has this land been in your family?
Oh, many years. So if just to go back to solidify, my family is Gola, Mende, Vai. So the Gola people and the Vai people who were in Liberia were the original owners.
Yeah, I know your family. How many generations?
So since the 1800s, or probably like way before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go by what this closing argument is saying here, right? Okay. In America here, we get property taxes that we pay.
Mm-hmm.
That you pay for the upkeep and all of that. For generations, we kept these, like me, my family, okay, our clan, we got 1,500 acres. Yeah. We have not paid taxes on that since, I know my grandfather, his grave got 1892 on it, okay? Mm-hmm. We have not paid taxes in the West. Taxes are used to develop, to do other things. We have not done that. If the government decided, the only reason the government have not encroached on our land is because they cannot make the case why we should pay taxes to them, because usually here they will say, we're giving you roads, electricity, you know, the basic necessity of life that we have to make contribution to. Since they have failed to do that, they don't have the gall to come and say, you know,
we don't have a legal standing. Yeah.
Yeah, but I know you, under that client, you have leaders too. So why is it that we have not instituted the tax system to benefit our folks?
You know, for those who have been around, and I hope that people of Kip Mound are listening, and please do call into the show. My grandfather was the first tax collector in the county, in the entire county. PC Aziz Kamara, first tax collector. He was very diligent in his collection until the system was disrupted. Until that system was disrupted. And so the people had a way of paying their taxes. They paid. Because I remember him. I was very lucky to spend a few years with him before he passed, and may his soul rest in perfect peace. But he was very, very, very sharp, even in his 80s. And he would tell me these stories. And so I'm very fortunate to have this firsthand account from him. Why it did not continue? That's a question for the government. You go to those areas of Kip Mound today. Where is, as you rightly said, where is the development? Why aren't tax collection, or why isn't tax collection digitized? Today, Robert was speaking about leadership in the 21st century. Our leaders have been removed. They're operating from a playbook that is archaic. It's not applicable. So there is not an unwillingness to pay, but who do they pay to? How do they pay? And what do they get back for their taxes? If you, Mr. Gayman, you, Tomalin, you, Robert, I'm sure you all own homes and you live in the suburbs. When the snow comes and your road is not clear, you're picking up the phone because you're paying taxes to have your road clear. If you live in a development that has HOA and you're paying not just taxes, but you're paying HOA.
That's right.
No, but for Fanta, the issue is, for instance, so why we need land reforms. The Liberian Revenue Authority needs to carry out a vigorous real estate tax enforcement and garnish the properties of those who cannot pay. And Mr. Gayman asked the question: if you have property for all the years, okay, and the property is not being developed, the land is not being developed, but if you are paying your taxes, no problem. If you're not paying your taxes, the government should garnish it.
Well, is there a lien on it to be garnished?
No.
How do you just wake up? How do you just wake up in the middle of the night and go garnish like somebody land?
If you pay your taxes, what should you do?
How do you do that?
No,
there's no tax obligation that we have not met up to. But there's no tax obligation that we have not met up to.
Everybody that owns land in this place pays some kind of taxes, right?
Yeah.
They pay taxes to get services. Where are the services to the people?
Wait, that's what we are saying, because I'm saying that, Robert, when I build my house, I have to go register the house to the land authority right now. I'm building a house, and the folks didn't even know where my house was. I had to go report myself to, like, listen, I committed a crime. Will you arrest me? I have to go tell them, listen, this is the house, this is the plan, this is what I want to do, and all of that. And then there were other folks behind me who had owned their house for years. I think they were trying to register their home because they were trying to run for office. And I think they told them, okay, we'll negotiate, we'll fine you, go and bring $600 and everything is forgiven. Whoever he get that $600 to, they get here clearance, he went. But if we are going to say we want to, usually the people say when the road is coming near you, you have to help pay for the road. The water line going to your house, you have to do that. The electricity going above need maintenance. If you are living on a well, we have to make sure that the well is secure, that it's not seeping. All of these services they bring makes you to pay because it's the security they bring in. But if you are not, if your idea of development, if they're 40-mile radius, right, from the ocean, 40 miles in, that means from the beach, from Cooper Beach to somewhere there, anything outside of that, you don't care. So what happened in Bapolu, what happened in Bond County, it doesn't concern you, like what just happened, right? The border. What happened to the border? It doesn't. But what happens in Monrovia, they will pounce on you because that's their territory. So we are saying once you don't care and you neglect and you got to give President Totman, he brought the integration and the reunification. He brought all that in. Totman, it was Totman that brought all of that in. So how then do we collect taxes without proper representation or benefit arrival? How do we do that?
Well, I think that's what Fanta was saying. People pay taxes to get services. If you are paying a homeowner tax in the state of Georgia, for instance, there's a guarantee that you're going to get some sort of exemption over $2,000, $2,500 annually. There's exemption on homestay. There are benefits if you are 62 years or over. There are senior citizen as exemptions, disabled, and you just name them. And a lot of times people are involved in these things not necessarily for themselves, but for their families. And so I don't think taxes The people paying taxes is the issue. It's the system that, when it comes to the collection of those taxes, and the implementation of whatever the structure of tax is in Liberia. The system is flawed. And I don't think they figure out a way to make that system inclusive and seamless. I'll give you an example. The Liberia LEC complains about revenue. Imagine how much LEC can make. Tomalin, I'm not sure if we thought about this. My pops and I were having that conversation. Imagine how much money LEC can bring in if LEC had a consistent service across the country, even at a, let's say, at a 60% rate. So there are people in Liberia who have the money to purchase LEC, Mr. Gayman. They have the money to purchase LEC, but the availability of LEC on a daily or weekly or monthly basis has affected the revenue that they earn. If you are distributing electricity for 6 hours in a 24-hour day, do you understand how much you are cutting yourself short when it comes to revenue generation?
18 hours.
18 freaking hours. And again, the question that they have to answer is not that people don't have jobs, people don't have debts, but the 15-20% of the folks that even the people that don't have jobs have the money to spend, even if they're not have the money to spend to for the service of electricity for more than 6 hours, even if they're doing 15 hours a day. LEC can be a revenue generator, in Liberia, but the service is not available. The service is very limited, and the service is very inefficient. And so we have to answer the question as it relates to how we strengthen these institutions, how we put in place. This is not my area, so I don't understand how these things work, but I understand that as a tax-paying citizen, I understand that people are encouraged to pay taxes in each of these areas when they understand the benefits of the taxes that they pay. That is just as simple as that. People want the services.
Are you saying that because maybe I'm wrong, but are you saying that the taxes we're paying, if it's not being used accordingly, they shouldn't pay taxes?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay,
I'm saying that there are people who are willing to pay taxes, but do you know how many people that are not paying taxes in Liberia today?
I was saying I'd be aggressive.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not that they don't want to pay taxes. What I'm saying is the system is flawed. The system is ineffective. They have to figure out a way to make that system work, that everyone who is supposed to pay homeowner tax, for instance, are paying those taxes. But beyond that, if these people are paying taxes, then you need to put together a package where it encourages them to pay the taxes that they're paying.
No, but in that matter of
you can't just pay tax, my brother.
But even the Bible talk about tax, we have to pay taxes.
Yeah, but you gotta pay for something. You pay for something.
People don't get paid.
It's a different ball game. If what the government, what happens to our taxes is different.
I'll give you an example. People paying taxes in this country, right?
Yeah.
In this country, we know what our tax money going for. Instance, I'll give you an example. When you have a pothole on a major highway in the city, or when you have a pothole in your community, that pothole is fixed in less than a week.
I get that.
That's the point that I'm making. So if people are paying homeowner taxes to Malay,
it doesn't negate the fact that you because your money is being misused, but they use your money, you shouldn't pay taxes. You pay taxes.
No. You stop missing the point, Tomalin. I'm not paying taxes. I'm not paying taxes. As citizens, I'm not paying taxes for my government official to go buy $500,000-$600,000 vehicle.
That's a different ball game.
No, but that's what's happening.
You have to pay taxes.
No, Tomalin, it's the same thing.
No, but the same thing, Tomalin.
There's a other way to deal with them, but we are on obligation. But as one of the duty of a citizen, you gotta pay your taxes. What are they? That's a different ball game. It makes you your taxes. You pay. It's a different ball game.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's look at energy taxes, for instance.
Yeah.
I don't mind paying energy taxes as a homeowner. You know why? I just found out that even when it comes to Georgia Power, there's an energy tax credit that allows homeowner to periodically, right, utilize Georgia tax credit incentive for installing solar, energy efficient solar, water heater, geothermal, and pumps in their homes, and it lowers their bills, the utility bills. So people, what I'm saying is very simple. You need a government, and you need people, you need technocrats in areas that are smart enough to say, how do we encourage? How does people feel like, you know what? My tax money is actually not only saving me money in other areas, but it's actually going towards something that benefits me. We talk about road. The World Cup is coming up in less than 50 days. If you come to Georgia right now, we got 8 games, Tomalin. Come and look at the city. The city is already at a whole world-class level.
Yeah,
but if you see the work that they're doing right now.
How you compare the country where
what I'm saying, Tomalin, in small ways, Tomalin. In small ways.
Concept.
In small ways. Fix the roads. Don't wait for one other government to
I agree with you 100%.
Have the system.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah. But for me, you see, if I pay my taxes, right? If my taxes being misused, that's why I can tell you, I can blast at you because you know what happened? My tax dollar you misusing.
Tomalin, you can blast at people because you can still afford money to go eat. You still drive a nice car. There are people in Liberia that they're paying taxes that they don't even have the money to pay taxes, but they are paying taxes, and you're misusing the taxes. They're hungry. But
that's wrong.
What black people do? What black people do?
So now, bravo, and that's wrong. So what happened? You leave your business schedule. You come on closing argument to tell them, say, look, your tax you paying, they may using your money. So when you go to vote, don't vote for people. Vote for people who will not misuse your money. So the problem I got with the people, you using your tax you be paying. You take your tax to come and travel and go on safari. Tell them say they may using your tax dollars. So when you go to vote, don't vote for them. That's my point.
Yeah, but Tomalin, I was January. Even though I didn't stay to my house, I was at the embassy. But when I go to the house, I got my niece.
Why you scared?
No.
Why you to your house?
Oh, they say
but you're not the only person. We have a house in Masha, but we like to stay in town.
Yeah,
when we go, we don't necessarily stay at our house.
But you know, when I go to the house, I keep wondering. So how do you guys get rid of the garbage? I carry all the garbage bags. I carry a lot of garbage bags. Yeah, I just wonder. Yeah, I said, but how you get rid of the garbage?
But put that garbage and bag and you can't go throw away.
Yeah. No, but imagine.
But you're right though.
But that's another. You see, the problem is sometimes we're not thinking common sense. Do you know how much we pay for? Do you know how much we pay the city to come and pick up our garbage every Tuesday?
And the water and sewage, all that.
Do you know how much waste the county waste management? We can just call them and say, listen, I got 3 large items I need you to come pick up from my yard. But do you know how much you pay? Those things are they're taking the money from your account and you don't even see it.
No,
you don't see it necessarily, not because you got so much money, but because you see what they're doing, and you don't have to worry about going to rent U-Haul, going to pay folks to come and take refrigerator. I took a refrigerator that I didn't need. I didn't know what to do with it. I called the waste management. They said to me, well, Mr. Garguah, we can't take refrigerator or anything free on, but this is what we can give you to do. And we kept it in front of our house. In 2 days, someone else came and knocked on our door and said, "Listen, you guys are you guys selling this refrigerator?" I said, "No, you can just have it." But the city, they make you feel value because they understand what you're giving. And you know what? There are people's salaries that we're paying from what we're doing. So imagine if they had in these communities, especially in Masha, in this community, why is it that the system can set up waste management, the city, where people, they buy a truck, they go to people's homes, people pay $25 every month or $50 every month to come and pick up people's trash every Tuesday, why we can't do this thing, bro?
Tomorrow Thursday, right? Tomorrow is open my trash outside.
Of course.
Yeah. So my brother will put the trash outside on the road, and on Friday morning we'll pick it up. But Robert,
but that's a job. Tomorrow, that's a job.
But there's somebody saying now. Listen, somebody is saying, it said every responsible person working for or doing business must pay taxes.
Yes.
If the government catches you doing that, you are charged for tax evasion. If you don't pay your taxes now, you can also not pay taxes as a business person for a few times, but you will pay all later. It's a crime knowing not to pay taxes. I agree. So my point.
If the system is flawed, just how people can get away with all kinds of things in Liberia. When you go to get your passport, I'll be honest with you. I send my passport in and I send someone to the place and get my pass. Listen, the system is so flawed to the point where money speaks. This is the problem. Money speaks. So people get away with a lot of things. So what I'm saying is this, right? If the system allows you to get away without paying taxes, if the system allows you to get away without paying taxes, you will get away without paying taxes.
So wait, Robert. So now you pay taxes in America. So you're probably in Liberia. If the system allows you to get away, you won't pay taxes in Liberia.
Oh, so I should go looking for the system to
no, but if it tells you that.
No, but
it tells you that every year you pay your tax for your home.
Absolutely, yeah, I do.
The property tax. So you know you're gonna pay. So because the system now coming, you won't fulfill.
But here's the problem. The thing I'm telling you, when you purchase your home, and you have a realtor, that system forces them to put that processes in place.
Yeah, but in America, but in Liberia.
Yeah, but we need a system that forces us smoothly to say, if you are getting a house, this is what you have to pay. This is the system you have. This is what you have to do.
It's not bro. The law is not bro.
So how people getting away with it?
Because they don't want to be responsible citizens. But honestly, but Robert, why were you own property in Georgia? You property in Georgia. You pay taxes there. But in Liberia, Robert. And you know so you go to pay your property tax in Liberia because the system now.
Okay. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. You came recently and we were driving and I picked you up, right?
Yeah.
And you saw how I was driving towards the speed limit, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes in my brain, when I'm driving the Mercedes Benz, I can just be reckless with it. But why do you think I wasn't reckless with it?
It'll pull you out.
Why would it? What the road? You don't see no police, but the system teaches you that even though you haven't seen a police car right yet, that police can find you in ways you will not even know. You see a boom 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 behind you. The system forces you. If you have system in place and you don't have enforcement strategy in place, people will behave recklessly. Why do you think the people?
But we in the diaspora who knows better. Okay, you see, for instance, right? One in Liberia, one that maybe also you. I do not take beer or start holding in car and driving. I don't do it in Liberia. I won't do it. I don't take the trash in my hand and put it in the street. I don't do it. I don't do this stuff. Okay, because I know that I'm in America. I don't do it. I'm not doing it in America. What should I do in Liberia?
But if America had the same system that made you get away with it, you would do what you do.
But Tomalin.
But Mr. Gayman.
Tomalin, what did you justify?
We're driving, coming from the on-the-horizon, they come from the grave. My brother has. I said, no, cut it off. He had drink your hand in the car. I said, no, don't do it, because just for the fact that I know where I come from in America, you don't do this stuff.
No, but no. If you're driving, no, I drink. I have my cooler in the car. As long as I'm not driving, I can drink. I drink my beer in the car. I'm not driving.
And you do America?
Yes. I drink my beer in the car. Yeah, I'm not a driver.
In America?
In America, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I drink my beer in the car. When I'm going out and I need Uber, I'm drinking and driving. No crowd. You can't have
in Florida, if they catch you with an open drink,
you can get arrested for that. You can't do it.
No, I can't get arrested for that.
In Florida, you cannot have open drink in your car.
You can't do it.
No, you can't drink and drive.
Brother,
but I can drink in my car. I can have my scotch and my sour mist in my hand. I'm in the back of my car, and someone else is driving. I can do that.
Right, you can do it. You can charge you for that.
We need functioning systems.
Okay, guys, this is where I came to mind when I got to the place. It's a different thing when you're an advocate, you do all of these things. So when I got to the house, and this is still on my mind. I asked her for where you do with the garbage. She said, some guys come around and we pay them and they take the garbage, right? So then I said, but where do the guys take the garbage? They just take and drop it somewhere.
They push me.
So there is no, like here you got.
They have dumb stuff. They have dumb stuff.
No, but I heard that it's improving abroad now. They get garbage.
Man, please.
Myean, where are you, Myean? Can you please share that video of the trash on the streets everywhere, Myean? Please?
There is no waste management.
There's no waste management. Exactly.
Even the place where we call waste management here, the dumpster, right? Okay, in Liberia, they are still burying trash. Can you imagine? They are still burying trash. You don't see that anymore in even Ghana or the other places because the trash are now being separated in different forms. They've been, I think, Fanta had a whole class here on the waste management process. Okay, where you can just take all the garbage, just take it to one place and just bury it. It's so archaic. It doesn't happen anymore, but it's happening. So when I see the kids come and they take the garbage bag. Those kids don't go anywhere. They don't have cars. They're on foot. So what do you think they're going to do with the garbage? They take it somewhere and just drop it in somebody's yard or to an open place and leave. There is no accountability. There is no planning. There's no zoning. There's nothing. So
they don't steal. Then
today when you get your bill from water and sewer here or whatever, right? It delineates everything that you get paid for. You get this one for solid waste, this one for like water and sewage, and then your hard, all the things, you have them all there. You see what you're paying for. If you have trash in your yard, forget about it. If you're in a HOA that we are, you are in trouble. If you live in the city or in the county where your grass is overgrown, they will charge you. You will pay fine.
Absolutely. Can you say that again? You will pay fine for keeping your house, your grass overgrown at a certain level.
Of course. And then if you own the property and they say, if you don't maintain, guess what the city will do? The city will come and clean it for you, and they will keep charging you until they take your house. The court enforcement.
The system forces you.
Of course.
To be disciplined.
Enforcement, they will take the house. After a certain time, when you owe them so much money, they will take the house.
Mm-hmm.
It become public property. They will decide to either tear it down or use eminent domain to take the house from you.
Mm-hmm.
So here I was wondering if these young kids take the garbage because that's how they own a hustle now. They just take the garbage. So when you go to Monrovia and you go on the street and see garbage bag or bag full of trash, that's a boy from my neighborhood that took they took the dirt from my house, took it to the next door neighbor and just chuck it in their yard. That's the hustle. So what we are saying here is how Monrovia, the country is a country of only 5 million people.
They can't even manage it.
You can't manage 5 million people. Oh, we don't have water. I listened to the LEC director the last time, and they were asking why we shedding light. Few months ago, you were celebrating that you had this thing under control, and his excuse was, well, we added 60,000 new consumers to the line, and we don't have enough. We don't have enough electricity to go around, so that's what we do. So if you knew, every business person does a forecast, right? You do the growth analysis and everything else. If you knew that 60,000 people will have put extra burden on the grid, why you did it? But it was political, right? They wanted to do the grandstanding. We had added 60,000 people in the clapping. Now it has backfired. Their only hope now is to wait for the rainy season to come, so the reservoir can be full, so then they can get light, and then they go around his skin and say, oh, we got this under control, we have fixed it. And then everybody said, wait until December. Then we go back to the whole thing. So it's like it's a system that just repeats itself, you know. Nobody fixes anything. It's all about pash.
Yep.
What is convenient now for us to score some political points?
Yep. Before Fanta come in, people are spending. People were thinking about getting solar panel at our home, because the generator thing is not only is it not safe, it becomes very expensive.
Of course.
But even with the solar panel thing, the cheapest you can get that for at a certain level, right now we're thinking about $16,000. This is the cheapest quote we got after being quoted at $35,000 initially. So what I am saying is, imagine with the kind of course, appliances that you have in your house, how many freezers you have, how many AC and how many rooms. You got to think about all these different things, right? But imagine if there was some level of consistency when it comes to LEC. I think that we need a smart government. We need a smart government with technocrats on board to just figure out how do we manage our resources and invest in Liberia. Right now, we are investing in politicians. This is the reason why when you look at the homes of politicians, you will think that they are not even in Liberia. The homes of politicians, if you see some of these homes, and I love them, when you see some of these guys' homes, they consistently have electricity at the houses. Not LEC necessarily. They have invested in solar panel. A whole buck of them. They have generator on consistently. They can afford that, right? At the detriment of taxpayer. But imagine they don't understand how much they are taking away from the country if we were investing in having a consistent LEC. People have the money to pay for the service, but the service is not available or is limited. And lastly, one of the comments said that, so Robert, you can only act responsible in America. No, I'm a very responsible person. I don't, what you see is what you get, right? I'm very consistent. And so I don't put up a show because people are watching me. All right. So when I tell you that I can drink a beer or a scotch in my car, I'm telling you that's what I do. When I'm not driving, I can pour a beer in a glass and I can drink. I do that. My wife don't like it, but I do that sometimes, right? Especially when I'm not driving, when I'm not the driver.
So on Georgia law is a lie in Georgia?
Yeah, I've been.
I don't think so. He just been getting away with it. That's why the only time you can drink in your car is if you are driving a limousine.
Exactly. That was somebody just tested me that. Somebody just tested me. But you said
if you're
limousine thing, it happened.
You're driving a limousine.
Occasion. Because I remember I remember in New Jersey. New Jersey, right?
New Jersey, but if you're driving a limousine, that's why I just explained to you. If you're driving, there are a lot of times where I'm.
It'll be fair occasion, right? Not just your regular pleasure.
Who told you that Uber has Lux? Uber have Lux services. What are you talking about? It's like $65, 1 hour drive from the airport.
My brother is Lux, okay? He's Lux.
I want a different thing. But your Uber, you drive it with rescue, Robert.
Also, but Tomalin, you saw what I just said, right? I said when I am drinking and driving sometimes.
He's not driving, yeah.
I'm not driving. I will take
but he is private car again is against the law.
No.
The message you tell Uber locks.
Okay, the hand.
First class. Don't reduce my first class.
But you said, but Tomalin, all I'm saying is, in Liberia, I'm very responsible regardless of where I'm at. I drink in my car in Liberia. I'm not driving, and I don't get drunk. I do not get drunk. I don't get intoxicated. I just drink for the bars and relax. But I don't litter. You won't see me dropping trash on the road. I don't run traffic lights.
We shouldn't be drinking in a car in Liberia. We shouldn't do that.
Eh?
We shouldn't drink in our cars in Liberia. We shouldn't do that.
Yeah, why they put? You know how many? Man, come on. Man.
One drink in Liberia. They say, "I will drink in Liberia."
But what drinking in the car responsible? I will do a change in Liberia.
Oh, if you don't do America, you carry Liberia.
Oh, I can drink in my car. Oh, what can I do in it, man?
Okay. See that?
Let's go back to LEC. Let's go back to LEC.
So, Tomalin, so you think I'm spoiling Liberia? Because I said I can pour a beer in the back of my car while the driver is driving. He's not drunk. He's not drinking. He's following the traffic rules. He's driving me to my location. So you think I'm spoiling Liberia there?
So, but my question is, can you do it in America?
Yes, I said that. If you can do it in limousine, why you can do it in Lux?
Jamal, I said you can laugh.
Okay.
Who you talking to? Who you telling to get laugh? Are you in
Happy birthday, Jamal Jala.
Jamal Jala, happy birthday, man. Oh,
listen, Jamal Jala drinking right now. Don't let him talk to you. Happy birthday, Jamal Jala. You driving drunk.
But I'm telling you, no. But man, Jamal Jala, I'm not lying to you. I do drink occasionally when I'm not driving in my car or when I'm
Robert, listen,
I do drink.
Listen, Robert, Jamal Jala is flipped now. Don't talk anything about tomorrow.
What are you talking about?
He's shy right now.
Jamal Jala going to see Kehleboe. Going to see Kehleboe.
Listeners, do not listen to Tomalin. Tomalin, please take that back. You know, matter of fact, you thought about it. This is a very serious matter. Don't tell people Robert is attempting to spoil Liberia because he said that he can drink in his car. I didn't say I can drink and drive. I didn't say I can drink with a bottle in my hand. I said I pour in my cup when I'm not driving and I don't get drunk. And I don't think that's spoiling Liberia.
My question is, your personal car in America, Robert. Your personal car in America. Even if your wife's driving in the backseat, Robert,
I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that.
Okay, so then don't do that. Don't do that, bro.
What? Do what, like, bro?
Listen,
when the driver is driving and I'm in the back.
Tomalin.
So Tomalin, what can I do in my So Tomalin, Mr. Gayman, you're driving from Monrovia to Buchanan. You have a cooler in the car. You are on your way to the beach. Tomalin, you are telling me that
you can't do it.
You can't drink in your car while you're going to the beach?
Nope.
Me, I don't do that stuff, Robert.
Okay, I keep it that's you.
Tomalin, I just went to the Florida website, their alcohol. And I asked people, and it says here, no, you cannot have people open or consume alcohol drink in your car, even if someone else is driving, due to the strict open container law in most of the states in the United States. You can't do it. It's illegal. You cannot do it.
Let's get back to LEC.
I mean, one time I was in New Jersey, and they imagine they margarita drink there. What you can have like, in the can, right?
In the can, yeah.
Or in the car. I guess somebody ride. The person left in my car. The police pulled me over Sonny, and he said, "Why?"
The Reverend that the Peabody has broken that law, man.
Hey, that one. You see that? You see? Now you won't go to the cross. You want to? Ain't no confession. Ain't no confession time here. But
so LEC, so Mr. Gayman, LEC, right?
Yeah, you don't know. You know.
The LEC thing, Fanta, I applied for meter. It took me 9 months to get my meter. To get meter, or 9 months to get meter.
I absolutely believe that. But just before we jump to LEC, so the whole waste management situation in the country is a complete mess. Just a couple of days ago, and I wish Myean was around because I'll ask him to share the Daily Observer video that they did of garbage, literally piles and piles of garbage in the middle of Monrovia. Everywhere you go, you see piles of garbage. And for Tomalin, like, to just say, oh, like, that's not the case, they've cleared all of it up, I would like evidence of that. I wish Myean was here to like play that video because I also share it on my page as well. And look, this Mayor Sefa doesn't know what he's doing. He's never managed any type of solid waste management or ran a city before. And I'm not saying like you have to have some practical experience will be good. Some very high level C leadership or C-suite executive and above experience in leadership would have done some good to his administrative prowess or acumen, to see how he is managing the city of Monrovia, especially not doing very well with the waste management situation, is despicable. And the same goes for Mayor Bestman in Painesville. I have provided these people, and not just me. I was just, I came across a post the last time, and I saved it to actually share it, but I don't know why I've put it now, of another waste management expert, happened to be a Liberian. I think he's in New York. He actually flew down to Liberia, invited the government to come to his facility and see some technique of how waste management can be implemented effectively in Liberia, and they never showed up. This guy lined up some real investors, waste management experts in the US, and they did not show up, did not implement any of his ideas. So it's not a lack of know-how. Well, for them, absolutely. The talent is there, right? There are many of us out here who did not go to school for waste management, but was when we decided to contribute to Liberia. So for those who are going to ask, oh, what have you done to Liberia? You're interested in running for office. I literally smelled dead bodies to clean up the entire Monrovia and its environs for more than 3 years. I don't think any of you, not one of you running for office, know what a dead body smells like. Not one of you running for office spend 10, 12, 14 hours of her day in the middle of a dump site, Windtown. Not one of you can tell me how much waste Liberia generates on a daily basis. Not one of you knows how a dozer, a D9 dozer to compact waste operates. Not one of you. So I just wanted to remind those who often come back and say, oh, like, what have you done for Liberia? I abandoned my life, my entire, as my brother would say, Uber Lux life to come and contribute to Liberia, heeding the call of Ellen. And that turned out to be very disastrous. But the fact is that these people are not interested in implementing proficient waste management strategies to rid a capital so small as Monrovia of waste management. We're not even talking about Buchanan, right? We're not even talking about Ganta, right? We're not even talking about Banga, the other largest cities. We're just talking about Monrovia and Painesville. They cannot manage it. So it's interesting when you have them trying to bring a company in like Zoom Lion and asking them to give them $4 million in bribe, which Zoom Lion is willing to do. That's the only way that Liberia can clean its waste. When you pay the mayor and you pay the NEC boss and you pay the interministerial committee $4 million bribe. That's the only way Liberia will be clean. You have to bribe the city officials first. I would love for them to challenge this. Because I have evidence. I would love for them to sue me because I have evidence, and I will come at them with discovery. But these people are not interested in cleaning the country. Let's just put that fact there. I want to also touch on this LEC thing because it's also very important. When I was around, look, in my time in Liberia with the whole waste management, in the whole waste management era, we were also very heavily involved into providing water meters. In fact, we were awarded a World Bank contract once to provide water meter for Liberia Water and Sewer. So we did that, and was also very close, like, to LEC. This current managing director of LEC is very incompetent. I don't say that lightly. I know a lot
really? Is he worse than the previous one?
Let's put it this way. Let me give you the stats, and then you can be the judge. This guy was the regional head for, please look this up, a project called Transco. Transco was the hydro project. It was the Mankofi hydro project under Ellen that they were supposed to, it was between Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, if I'm not missing like another one, but Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, I think in another country. He was the regional head. This was from, they did the launch in 2012. I think then 2013, 2014, it kicked off. He headed regionally that project. It was a $500+ million project for the entire region. It was supposed to stabilize the electricity supply for Liberia, for Guinea, for Sierra Leone. Hear me very clearly. Like the Liberia portion alone, the World Bank and other donors gave Liberia portion alone was $357 million. This project ran for multiple years. So not 1 year, not 2 years, I think 3 or 4 years this project ran for. Okay? This guy was the head of it. Not only did Liberia not benefit from it, Sierra Leone and Guinea definitely did, because they have sensible people at the helm of it. Not only did Liberia not benefit from it, but Liberia, like all these years later, we're talking since 2013, 2014, we're not in 2026. Over a decade later, Liberia is still rationing electricity. And then Bweka, of course, they don't do their diligence, or they don't care for diligence. They're irresponsible in their leadership. It installs this guy as the head of LEC with this type of record. And look, I knew people who were working with this man, very, very close people who were working with this man, who all they were doing, a good amount of that project funding went into his pocket. A good amount. Millions of dollars went into his pocket. This is the person that's heading LEC, and we're going to expect any type of sensible, progressive change. How is it? What kind of sense does it make for you to come and be boisterous? And that's what I said. They love to engage in showboating. They forget that there are some of us out there who have their secrets. What they would not want the public to know. I just happen to be one of that person for this particular guy. Okay, what sense does it make that you're gonna add on 60,000 new clients without stabilizing the infrastructure? What do you think is going to happen for a system that is already rationed? Are you not going to experience a level of risk that will be detrimental to the entire system? You're talking a system that $400 million was invested in? Duh.
Yeah.
This is the person that's leading LEC today, and they have all these aspirational but
they said he was doing well though. I thought they said he was doing well.
Sure, they just gave them participation certificate. Good for you, good for you, good for you. Everybody good for you. Everybody get an A. You got an A. You got an A. You got an A. We can't get meters. Good for you, man. I'll go take bucket, be hauling water. Then go get to the Mankofi. With all the rivers around here, from the Simple River and the Farmington Creek, the Farmington River, the ocean is there. And yet we cannot even feed the hydro. You haven't thought of a plan, of a tactical plan to feed the hydro and ensure that electricity a decade later for a project that you manage is still not being rationed. I beg you, man. Y'all get
Mr. Gayman, you mute her. I think Fanta is done. Oh, okay. She's come. Mr.
Nagbe, welcome.
Yeah. I was enjoying you there. It's good to be with you. I listened to part of what you've been on today. I've been a little bit, but it is good to be with you. Hello, Jerome Gayman, refusing to be a good sportsman. My Sixers went into Boston last night.
Lakers, we are 2-0. 2-0.
Is that what basketball?
And we're playing with two of our best players not playing. Yeah.
Listen.
The woman carry the load.
Listen, look at the other job. Look at the other Kehleboe. You got your two skinny pig. That I play that is
no.
Is it Kehleboe Pete? Is it Pete that man?
And you know what? I'm not saying no happy birthday, no Joman Jala. I don't care about his birthday. I'm not saying
okay. Joman Jala, you got a lot of haters on this show, but man, happy birthday. We love you. Keep giving them hell.
Drink responsibly. You gotta know right now you're flipping. So drink
no, but for all
responsibly.
indication, it looked like he's very drunk.
For all the thing you typing right.
Yeah.
But it's good to be with you guys. My wife and I will on our way to Sacramento. I told you guys that last week. Yes. I don't work for EULA anymore, but my wife still does. My wife is the current vice president of EULA. And so we bought our tickets since I think last week or so. And then this president did what he did yesterday. And my wife was, still it's gonna be a delicate balance over the weekend. I think she has one or two meetings with the president. And so I told your statement, you gotta make sure you talk about
when we'll see you on Monday when you on Tuesday.
My man, I met this president. At least this will be my.
I give credit because you met the president. You stay obeying yourself. I want to give credit.
I met the president, Tomalin, but anyway, so yeah. So basically, we've been running around trying to because we have an early flight, and so. But I'm happy to be with you guys. Happy Wednesday to you all. Happy Wednesday to our audience. Jomajala, happy birthday. God bless you, my brother. I was listening to most of what you guys are saying, and Fanta, your experience in Liberia, and you're a strong person. I mean, to have come in and put so much, commitment, resources into helping to build our country, and these are some of the things that are happening. And when the president speaks it the way he does, because he is one of those people who's in the know. He's been in government, he's been vice president, now he's president. But to make the kind of statements that he makes, you really wonder what is going on there. What is going on?
Yeah, but Victor, you got to be fair. Today, Anthony Casserly came and say, "No world where Winston Churchill's."
I've seen people typing my friend Glendy disputing that those words did not come anywhere from Winston Churchill. So, I mean, Anthony, I don't know him to be a philosopher. I know Anthony to be a student.
That's smart thing at least, but today they had a pulpit today. They had a pulpit at the ministry today. They should have try to clarify it there instead of
exactly. They're not doing that.
And I think we heard them.
I think it was ill-advised that the president spoke the way he did. But then again, it's not a one-off, this is, back in February, I believe the president, and again, we said this yesterday, in the heat of all of this, immigration hullabaloo going on in the States here, the president made the kind of remarks he made, that Trump is coming
for you. Is it Trump coming for you?
For you, and so, and I feel for Fanda, but this is Liberia. We hope that as much as I love Joseph Boakai for the person he is, but I can't imagine Liberians giving him anything more than beyond 2029. I don't think so. I think a lot of the people.
But the problem they face, Mr. Nagbe, is that they only hope that they only trust the guy right now to compete against any opposition person.
That's right.
They feel that nobody else can beat any other opposition people, so that they fear the guy, so they have to carry him.
And you're very right, and I hate to break it to you, but your bestie, who is the vice president, unfortunately, is struggling. He is supposed to be the.
I got him my bestie, but my bestie. I told my bestie every day. Not my bestie there.
But the vice president, he is the heir apparent, but he's struggling. The man poaching. He came here and took Bangura from us. I listened to him today on a net where he is. I would have gone there to give him the pressure award. He is struggling to defend some of the assertions he made that the CMC is not carrying out the project and all of that. He was at pains today to defend himself.
Look at what he's saying. That's another joker there. How you can keep silent if you go
I will not speak ill of him, but you're right. He's turning out to be, and if I don't know why he went a spoon, because he has an ongoing
the Secretary General of the CMC, Wilfred Bangura, He resigned on CNC and joined MGR, Ben Johnson's party.
Yeah.
They also getting job. You also get the appointing somewhere.
The man said he's going back home.
You say he's going back home, yeah. And Jacob Jala and others were drawing the coincidences. His indictment came out on April 7th. He quit the CMC on April 8th, and then his name was removed from the indictment was unsealed, and yet he is still sitting there and saying that his resignation has nothing to do with the indictment. Yeah, but anyway, I'll pass it on to you when you're done. I have a flyer in the bag. I asked Myean.
Yeah,
to put it up there.
Yeah,
I would like to talk about.
What flyer that you going to? That you go to California? You made a flyer for that?
Rob, you see what you're talking about? This man, he's a hitter. No, I did not make a flyer.
I see. There's a number I see.
Okay, guys, I'll make the announcement for my homeboy here. My CNC partner said he's headed to the West Coast. They're going. Y'all have 25 packs of wolves. What kind of dog you guys are? You German Shepherd?
No, with Chihuahuas.
Oh yeah, the little guy, the Chihuahua. Remember, you can criticize all you ways. You don't listen to your own neighbor.
You ain't got time for all out. You ain't got time for so digger fleet there with.
The guy said they don't live here. Don't listen to that. They don't live here.
But he doesn't come here. He come here to hustle us. He come here to hustle. He's going to Tomalin old state to go see our doctor that we're paying taxes. I mean, the man, when he's talking, sometimes I just know.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, listen, this is the section that everybody likes. We really had a great time with the What's on Your Mind section in the comment section. There were a lot of What's on Your Mind that's going on there. Tena Emmanuel, what's happening is that most of the time we wouldn't value people because of their formal education, forgetting to include the informal and non-education, which is important for person as a person to, person to person, people to people. It's not just the degree, like she's saying, right? It's not just the degree, because that's all Liberian people like to see. Like someone, I think it was Tomalin or somebody said the assistant police chief or something getting a fourth master. What the hell is that?
In Liberia? No, I heard not cool, man. Because we the people who the color in our breast pocket.
Yeah, you got all the pain. I mean,
what's his income? What does he make?
But
what is his impact? What is his impact?
This is what we call lateral education, right? You just go from on the sea level, you just go there.
No, not by Fagon, not calling Fagon. 2 masters, you got 1 PhD. But let me thank all of my audience, fellow friends here who are wishing me safe travel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Like I said, I'll just be the butler. I ain't going to say nothing. If I left, I will stay in my room and not go to that program.
Well, if you go, so you get all the happiness. What happened there?
Yeah. And maybe you could go live from there. Let us know what's happening. They will allow you.
Yeah, right. I'll try and see what I can do. But if they put me on a leash now, let me roam the room. But maybe they'll put me on a leash. I'll be tied to one little post.
That's right. She would say, your wife is the VP, so you can't say anything. Watch your language.
Exactly.
The color you wear, watch your color here. Don't show it like you crew, man. But it's a good thing to be that. The only thing I don't like about what's happening is the scrutiny.
Yeah.
Let me see. Somebody wrote a great piece about why, in fact, this group, the questioning the validity of this group that is giving this award.
Oh, that group invited Babezo?
Yes. What was the criteria used?
What money used for?
What was the criteria used for this? How can you say you are giving someone peace award when the entire country is engulfed?
Yeah.
Yesterday, they are illegally removing an elected officer, and there's this whole lot going on, and then you got homes being broken today.
I mean, just last week they brutalized university students. Just exactly for coming out to talk about jobs.
But today, 2 families cited the entire Jala town, how do you call it, bypass, even Capitol Hill, where the university, they claim it is their personal property, it's 18, 20 something, and they're asking over 30,000 people to vacate Jala town, the bypass, Capitol, all that stuff. One person. Can you imagine evicting over 30,000 people in one shot? And you say you are a peaceful person?
But Jerome, they both talk about dog whistle here and all of that. It's the same thing here. You see all the racist groups here. They popping up their heads because the current president in the White House, he is giving them encouragement. He is there for them. These people in Liberia, they're seeing this president, he's evacuating people and evicting people from all kinds of lands. And why you think they will not come out now? They waited all these years, but of course they know they will find a friend in the executive mansion now. So they're picking their chance to try and lay their claim, and I'm not surprised.
30,000 people, the whole Jala town?
Yeah. Where the
going to bypass the capital? Universal Liberia now will be their tenant? How is that possible? Universal Liberia came about 1862. You want to tell me you own the land all over 100 years now, and the people been on your land?
Imagine that.
But Robert, I know time is fast spending, but let's talk about. Let's talk about.
Robert coming in, but you please cue my flyer when Robert. I'll let Robert come in. I'll come back. I want to talk about that. I wanted the reason I'll stop by. Besides saying hello to you.
But talk about the flyer before they put it over.
The man in the studio, I mean, he can do that stuff.
Maybe he's sleeping. It's late now. It's almost 1 o'clock. It's after 1 actually there.
All right, Robert, I'll give it to you in a moment. I basically, Chief Tomalin, Robert, when you get a chance, please drop me your email address. I'll give you a citation. I know it's kind of late for you now, but I'll give you the courtesy and send you one. Who knows? Maybe you might fly in. But Chief Tomalin, I send your email. Yeah, I sent one to you. So we're having this program in Philadelphia at the at the church on Lindbergh. Pastor Simbe, I think that's his name.
Victory Harvest.
Yes, exactly. That's where we're having this program on Saturday, May 2nd or 3rd, but that's Saturday. And we're inviting, we're inaugurating another chapter. And so we're all gathering there. The political leader Musa Ability is on his way. He should be here joining us. From there, he will hold court, and talk to people and what the CMC intends to do, what we've done so far, what we intend to do over the next couple of months, how we intend to go into 2029. So it's a gathering of CMC people and also, sympathizers of the CMC. So that flyer, I wanted to put it up. The information is all there, but I also shared on my page.
But
if you get a chance.
Mine will put on our page. You put on
okay. All right. Thank you, Chief. Robert, thank you. Go ahead.
Robert, you were in flight. Go ahead.
Safe travels to the president. That's all I can say. I don't. Every time I read these press conferences, I know that the the president has to travel in advocating the case of Liberia. But I would be a bit more inspired if these trips were actually yielding some sort of dividends in the interest of the people. So since scare money don't make no money, And so when taxpayers are spending thousands of dollars on foreign trips, at least they expect, some return on investment. But I, we don't see what the president goes back home with.
No.
And this is a serious issue, and I'm sure he's benefiting because, he now has access to this, great health care as a
The
president of
best,
like
the best that money can buy now, Robert.
the best that money can buy. Something
Yeah.
he would not have had it not been the position he holds. And so you will have some sort of appreciation for being the president of the Republic of Liberia outside of just what it benefits you, but how you can use that to change the lives of those who voted for you. Because there are a lot of citizens Bwaka age that don't have access to the medical he has. And he should understand that because prior to his ascendancy to this position, he never had that, you know. And so when these trips happen, and they always say the president will have, meet international partners, and he's going to conduct high profile meetings. I'm like, are they just trying to impress those who are reading? Because high profile meetings means nothing if those meetings are not benefiting the people. If the discussion of those meetings does not create jobs for jobless Liberians, then it's useless. It's useless. We're just spending money, you know. You know, and these awards for me, I think these awards are strictly politically influenced. I don't think these guys really care to do any diligence when it comes to the peace award. I mean, I don't think Joseph Walker is a peaceful man. I think he's a good grandfather. I think he's a good man. We may not agree politically, but I highly doubt that Joseph Walker is peaceful. I don't think he is. I think I think he's passive aggressive in his actions and in the thing. He's very deliberate in some of the things he says, and people think it's funny. Like when he told folks, I think Miss Namu just mentioned that, just alluded to that. When Liberians were struggling and possibly facing deportation, I don't think it's funny for the president of Liberia, the man who represents Liberians around the world, to throw jobs like, "Yeah, just be there. They're coming. Trump is coming for you." So what sort of comment is that? What is funny about that? Or to tell people, they don't live here. They don't live here, but we remit over $9 8 9 million annually. What kind of joke is that? So you will think that there's some level of wisdom when you talk about, dogs, like, and to some of our friends, and I'm glad that some of our friends have now recognized that his choice of words, this metaphor, was completely wrong. The Liberian people, voted for you. That includes those who supported you and those who did not support you. The person in which you court today was very dismissive. He was dismissive when it came to colonized people, especially the Africans and the Indians. He made some very he was a racist. His policies and his attitude reflected British elites. These were not people. He wasn't talking to poor people who have to walk from red light and to other places. No, it was the British elite. He was a bigot. I mean, people don't understand. Do your due diligence. Do your due diligence. And so for the president to even attempt to use that, and people don't understand. People, oh, you didn't go to school, you didn't learn literature, and blah 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 blah. Don't you understand that metaphors can have a negative and positive implication? Don't you understand that? When people say time is gift, for instance, it suggests value, appreciation. So often we talk about how we won the war when we're having simple argument. Oh, I attacked this person's point. All these different terminology. That's a negative, aggressive implication of these different metaphors that we use. We don't know that. So to say that the president, and then they started comparing. So when people say you're a watchdog, and your watchdog, your community, do you know the implication of what being a watchdog of your community is? That's a positive implication about the attentiveness of dogs, of their protectors, and things like that. People, you have to understand these things. We're not stupid. We're not stupid. But the president chose of was completely wrong. You don't dismiss Liberians. You and your officials work for us. It is our taxpayer that pay your salary. You think Boga can buy your own ticket and all these guys will come to America here and go see doctors? If he wasn't president of Liberia? How do you think he's able to do that? But the president is not peaceful. It's like George Weah. The puppet, you mean to tell me Joseph Bola cannot drive to George Weah house and say, "Man, Peking, we need to come and sit down and talk. I'm your big uncle here." You mean to tell me that can happen since he took over? So what is this piece of work that he's talking about when police are brutalizing protesters, young protesters? When people are being picked up and treated in very inhumane ways. What is this piece that they're talking about? But listen, good luck to the president. Unfortunately, I'm busy in Atlanta, so I won't be in DC. There's no reason to go in DC to hold placards, and there's no reason to do that.
He's going to be.
He's not in DC, in California. He's here in California. I'm not flying 5-6 hours to go.
Wait, where is he going in California? Because Broward just gave me an idea. I mean, like I was thinking about it like a while ago when they did their diaspora thing, but now he just refreshed my mind. Where in California? Because I would definitely be out there with the placard.
Look up the
I come and send it to you, friend.
There you go. Look up. You can go to the actual program. They still have tickets there. The tickets.
Oh no, I'm not buying tickets.
Oh, okay.
I'm just there to be disruptive. That's all.
Oh, you can do that too. No one's gonna bother you.
Exactly.
No one's gonna bother you. So
I'm protesting. I'm exercising like my First Amendment right.
So Mr. Gayman, I ate that. Yeah, let me give the man his piece of war. I guess they are rewarding him for the peaceful gesture at the border that he has allowed the Guineans to stay at our borders, and Liberians are running from their respective towns and they don't feel safe. I guess that's peace enough. So let them do what they have to do.
Have somebody from California who is organizing protest. Your name and where you calling from?
Oh, protest in California.
Of course.
Security reason, I will not call my name.
Okay.
But if anybody is interested in protesting, I already went to the campus. There's a police department there. I received the communication of how I can have a permit to protest. It's not like Liberia. You just need to fill out a particular form. And Mr. Jerome Gayman has my number. I will be making some accommodation available. If you need a bullhorn, I will pay for it. And everything you will need, if you need placards, if you need support, I'm here. Just call me. I might not be there 100% because I have other obligations. But anybody who will be protesting, the ground is secured.
What do you mean you will not be there? My brother, you gotta be there. What do you mean?
100%. I will not be there 100% because I want to be in the hall. There are some places I want to be able to go. There's a ground outside, and there are places in the hall that I want to be able to get the mean attention. So those who will be protesting outside, I will give them the facility. I will give them the instruments. Whatever I want to be able to, I don't want to say everything, but if you get my number, call me.
No problem.
This group that is providing this so-called peace award.
Mr. Gayman, you're on mute.
Oh, okay. It's a bunch of Nigerians and Ghanaians and all of that. Basically, it looks fishy. What's going on here?
Maybe the next conflict we are going to see is good thing we don't share border with Ghana or Nigeria, but they're definitely going to start getting a lot of our passports. We're going to be back to the passport fraud again. That's what we're going to see.
All right. So this group is the 34th annual Africa Peace Award dinner. and it's being held under the auspices of the Center for African Peace and Conflict Resolution at the University of Sacramento. The university is in Sacramento, and it's going to be held right on their campus. Okay, and the good thing is they're not going to stop any protests. They have, in fact, said if you want to protest, we'll have a place for you. This guy is called Dr. Owazi. I will give you his email. In fact, I'm grateful that this lady is on the show. How you call Fanta? Fanta?
Yeah, brother.
Prepare a quick communication because I intended to send a communication to Dr. Owazi to explain all of the reasons why President Garguah should not be given a peace award. But we have to do it in a way where we can be able to outline all of the incidents that have occurred in the last few months to tell Dr. Owazi, if you are giving this man a peace award, you are giving it to him at your own detriment, or you are giving it to him just because you want to give it to him, but we'll point out that it is not necessary, it is not justified, but if you want to go ahead and give it anyways, fine, but we have told you that this man does not deserve it, because just this few days, the Student Unification Party went on a peaceful protest, and they were brutalized, they were dragged, they were jailed. This is not peaceful. And the people, all of the things that are happening in the country doesn't show any sign of peace. Even the man has not been able to speak to us peacefully, calling people dogs.
Away too. Away too.
Country.
Away too.
Yeah, if those things keep going on in the country, and you say it's peaceful, and you want to give me a peace award, we disagree. And that letter, I want that letter to be in his office tomorrow. I will take it to him. Anybody who want to make an input, you can make input, send it to my email. We will be able to review it and take those letters, not only to him, but all of those who will be coming to give the award. I want to be in the hall. I'm paying for I will be in the hall. I just don't want to reveal my name because when I get to the gate, maybe they will try to react. So, but one-on-one, we'll talk about some things. Give my number to contact, give my number to whoever needs it. There's going to be something. We can't say all. We can't talk all.
Thank you.
You know, the last time I went when Garguah was vice president, he came to Pennsylvania, and he was in a church, and the guys protested, and the program, and mind you, the program ended because when he was talking about the most TV report, how that bogus concession and sign, all that stuff.
Right.
And the provident, he had the dramatic security with him. They took him out of there quick. The guys were protesting. They were like shouting at him, and they took him from there quick and took him away. I was at that town hall event for that day. I didn't see it happen again, But again, like the fellow said, yeah, they can let them protest. They won't let them go close to him though. They'll protect him, but it's like what the president coming to America for that kind of program?
No, it's in disguise. He's coming for medical checkup, but they got to find something to say this is why he's coming.
Isn't it shameful? Even you can't you rather take money to do jolly than invest in JFK.
Your name and where you calling from?
Yes, this is Kehleboe Gongloe, calling from the state of Pennsylvania.
Go ahead.
Particularly in the city of brotherly love.
Okay, be lovely, be kind.
I love to be kind and very kind to my brother Tomalin George. I was actually at that event in 2015 that Tomalin is talking about.
Oh yeah, okay.
It was just after it was like post-Ebola event. I was not part of the protester, but I know the guys who protested. Fred Gwen, Jeffrey Amon.
No, but they already been known.
Okay.
Go ahead.
These are it's on YouTube.
Okay, good.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's on YouTube. If you Google it, if you search it, you'll find it. So here was a striking answer. That's why some of the things that are happening under President Garguah administration, I'm not surprised. When the issue of the most TV audit, natural resource audit was raised, his response to it was a journalist from New York. I think it was I don't know the newspaper, it was a journalist from New York that followed him that asked that question. And he said corruption is everywhere. That was his justification. That corruption is everywhere. He could not explain. And then the placards started coming up, showing their opposition. and just like that. But I was present. But the thing I wanted to say is, the guy from California who was talking about protests, we are in the United States. This is a place where they can arrest you for protesting, but you are allowed and there is no need to hide your identity. If you're drafting a letter, a protest letter, all you need to do is just, maybe you can even start a petition link and you just start to share it for Liberians to petition a group not to give a peace award to the president, to our president, and just share it in all the different Liberian chat rooms. It was just signing it. Maybe you may have 800 or even 5,000 Liberians signing it, you know? I mean, no need. And you can even just put the statement you want to do and share it, and people make comment on it. But it's difficult for people to contribute to a writing that you are not reading the draft. Share the draft with others and they can make contribution, you know. That's all I wanted to suggest to you.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have the stuff here from San Francisco. It makes no sense, but that's what it is. It's a fundraiser for this group, and you pay, and you are not getting. There will be no question from the audience.
Look at that.
There will be no press allowed question. They were allowed about 5 questions. The question has to be sent in advance, and it has to be screened. Okay. And you will not ask the question. They will read the question for you on stage to the president. That means they will pick the one that are favorable, and then they will ask. Remember that you pay in advance. You pay for the ticket, but there's no guarantee that your question will be asked.
I hope that program should turn out to be a failure.
Well, like you say, if it is one of those things that they will pay their partisans and their supporters to fill the place to buy the ticket, then they will buy the ticket themselves and they will hog the floor.
Mr. Gayman, can you please flag this comment from this Rufus in the comment section here? He's saying dead upon arrival. So Rufus, that you're the one going to shoot us dead upon arrival. Can you please flag that comment? Let's make him famous. Let's make Rufus famous.
Rufus said information have been sent already. The police will escort a lot of you guys. So
yeah, dead upon arrival.
Well, we assume they'll be escorting people. There's a shame on them. I don't do that stuff.
Yeah, well,
please keep it up. Please keep it up. We have to make Rufus famous.
We have always said it that the folks have. They have their, when you see they say we have money put into NSA. Then when you look at the Ministry of Information, they say money put away for intelligence. How the Ministry of Information is going to have its own intelligence arm? This is what we are talking about. These are the folks
who do a lot of scam things.
These are the folks they are paying to basically troll everybody. And like he said, they're collecting information. Information already been submitted. So this is what the young man was talking about. These people are seriously deadly. But guys, it's almost 9:30. Let's wrap this up. Fanta, no, thank you very much. You've been staying up late lately. Your closing?
Yeah, it is people like Rufus. We can tolerate the Joma Jalas of the world, but people like Rufus are just unruly, and they're very much responsible for the type of nonsensity we have today, calling it a government. I don't know how someone this idiotic can be proud of this as a leadership. It means that you yourself, like, your senses are under your feet, Rufus. And I wish you would be there to be the one to pull that trigger and have us be dead on arrival. Look, my friend, you're not the only one that can make threats. You're not the only one that can make threats. And I'm flagging your comment. I'm saying, like, to Facebook, your account will be banned. Let me let you know that. Because this is a terroristic threat. I'm not gonna take it seriously. Don't try me. I'm not that person. Do not ever in your life mess with me. You will very much regret it. Let me let you know that. So I'm sending this comment directly, like, to Facebook. You have threatened my life and the life of all the protesters who are going to be protesting against this administration, and you're going to be held liable. Let me let you know that. This is why this country, every time you have sensible people trying to move it forward, you have idiots like Rufus Poole Johnson, who is a verified Facebook user, having the audacity to put forks in the road and infringe upon our quote-unquote democratic rights. These are the same people, when you try to take actions or when it suits them, they preach democracy. But you cannot dissent. Then it's a violation. So they use democracy selectively. When it suits them, fine. When it does not, you're gonna be dead on arrival. Like you won't bring wine Liberia left way. Like what's going on? Who's gonna be afraid of you?
Now the crew in her coming out now, they left way.
Yeah, my bro, don't even try it. Don't even try it. It shouldn't even cross your mind. Nobody want it, but you bring a water and job and we'll give it to you. Good. Very good. So your nonsense, you better take it back. I'm having Facebook block your account, and I will see to it. Let me let you know.
Thank you.
To ensure that we continue to make this government ungovernable, we have to start taking actions. We have to start taking actions. And I'll remind the audience again, please do sign the petition against B Mountain. If you have, Robert, have you signed it?
No, please, I will.
You have to sign it, Robert. Mr. Nagbe, have you signed it?
Not yet. I will.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's on TCA site. It's on TCA Facebook right now.
Okay, I'm going to
In
our chat room.
It is. I can put it in the chat room. It's
Put
also
it in the chat room now, please.
I will sign it this weekend.
Tamalin, have you signed?
I want to sign now. Can you put it in the chat room?
Hold on. I'm gonna put it there right now. And please do share with your followers as well. This is very important.
My son, just so you know, my son said he signed it already.
Thank you so much.
My son, his name is Al. Al said he signed it already.
Al, you're a rock star. You're
Al Nagbe?
Yeah, Al Nagbe, yeah.
He in the politics too, eh?
He's getting a little bit interested. He never used
How
to
is
be.
he?
He's in his 30s now. He's in mid-30s, yeah. So, and he's been going with me, Jerome, probably many.
He going with you?
He's been going with me to Liberia for the past.
That's good.
Yeah, so he's getting interesting in the Liberia.
That's good.
Yeah, no, definitely do, Al. Like, this generation is ours. We have to take back our country. It's so important. It's so important. We cannot continue to allow these grandpas. Like, look, grandpas ought to be retired. Let them go rest. Right? Let them go rest. Our generation cannot be removed from a leadership that does not represent us or our voices. We cannot have leadership or systems that are still operating manually. We live in a digital era. We're talking quantum computing.
That right there, that way, Jerome, I would disagree with you because we're not ready to retire, just so you know.
It's okay, but you can like be taking it so small.
We have few exceptions, not you.
Yeah, not you. At least you can function. We're talking about what goddamn who can't even function while causing people.
When you ask what guy is it you got an email? Is it what they call email?
He doesn't even know how to turn on a laptop.
Victor.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jerome, and Father. Thank you also, Robert. Tomalin, thank you guys very much. You did great today. The show was wonderful. I listened to a good part of it while I was doing my show. I want to thank you. I mean, I just came in to say hi to you, so I don't really have much closing, but you know, it will be interesting this weekend. I'll be watching. If I can, I'll probably do some of the stuff and let you guys know what's happening over there. But you know, I think the president should hear from Liberians here how we feel. You know, this constant demeaning of the diaspora, you know, as if to say he doesn't understand how much, you know, we are woven into the fabric of the Liberian economy, you know, and he comes on here, you know, every opportunity he gets, he makes these very, very demeaning remarks. He probably doesn't know that there is a real present and dangerous chasm that is developing between our compatriots back home and those of us on this side. I don't understand why. And then when my brief time with the diaspora returned, that's some of the points I was pushing with Wetty and the other. We were planning on having a meeting. You know, I think that people need to understand that this kind of comments, they're dangerous. You know, they put people's lives at risk. You know, I think someone said yesterday the dog whistle. you say this kind of thing, and other people will pick them up and decide to act on them. He should be very careful. He is the president. He's the father of the nation. He should stop talking like a little kid. You can just say anything that comes to his mind. He comes out there, he thinks he's being funny and being cheeky and all. He makes these reckless remarks. They totally uncalled for. So I hope this weekend, there will be a way for him to understand how we feel about what he's doing, what his government is doing. So, but thank you very much for the show. I'm not sure I'll be with you guys tomorrow. Probably Friday. I'll do the best I can. If we get in time early and I have time, because I think they're 3 hours behind. And let me thank my friend Fix Electronics here, welcoming me on the West Coast. And Jane, without grandpa and grandma, don't my Fanta, yeah. We're not hearing nothing what you're talking there. So, but it's been great. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Excellent. Robert, are you still here or are you drinking your wine? The other man, every 5 minutes.
And today night birthday, today at Juma Jala birthday. Why is he drinking wine?
He's drinking it for Juma Jala and Juma. Okay, so Tomalin, take us home.
Yes, guys, thanks, Mr. Gayman, for the show tonight. Fanta, thank you so much. Mr. Nagbe, thank you for joining us, and our listeners, our followers, thank you. Tomorrow we'll have a special show. The April 22nd group will be here tomorrow. The families will be here tomorrow to try to dialogue and just to talk about their families and to call for peace and unity. Will be here tomorrow with us. I think about 4 or 5 members of them will be here. And then on Friday, we'll have the Executive Director of the Good Governance Commission, Jala Kessler. He will be our guest. So, but tomorrow will be a day. Today's a solemn day for most of for us who saw that tragedy of our nation, where 13 person was put to the pool and shot. And today, every time the day comes, remind us that we should never study that kind of a process no more, and what they went through, people should have gone through, even the war that we saw during the war too, but the reason why there's different is that they were publicly executed, and why, on a poll and saw it. If you accuse anybody for anything, let them go through the due process, not to continue to say my postman the poll and shoot them up and point blank. That's what happened to these people. So tomorrow will be here to come here tomorrow and we'll share the day with us tomorrow. Today was the main day 46 years ago that happened, and so we'll be here tomorrow. But good show, guys. Thank you.
If somebody would just give me 5 seconds, and I feel like I should say something as somebody who belongs to that community, who partly played, a role on the stage when these people were executed. The 13 former government officials. I totally understand. I feel their pain. My deepest sympathies. I think no life, should be taken the way their parents, their relatives' lives were taken. And so deepest sympathies to them. I feel their pain. I feel their struggle that they're still reliving. And I hope someday Liberians will find the time and space to reconcile. I absolutely. I don't want to take it away from them. This is their day. And if I have the chance tomorrow when they're here, I will try to chime in. But, I want to register again my regrets and sympathies to those families.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. Tomorrow, you heard the CEO use the word solemn. It is not about question and answer. We are not going to be taking questions. We are going to be listening to the pain and suffering, the agony of families. It is not a time to argue. It is not a time to counter-argue. We have done enough of that and will continue to do so. I remember this day. We were at the First Better AME Church in Buchanan at a choir practice when Mrs. Campbell came in and said, guys, you pack up, let's go. Wow. The country is in peril. You guys get up. He told J. Franklin Holt, Dr. Holt, says these kids have to leave now. And when we look on the southwest side of the cloud, it was dark. Dark.
Yes, I remember that day.
Something magical happened. And she said, y'all leave. And we left.
Was that a Jeff Franklin Holt from Cardinal Jerome?
Yes.
Okay, I know him very well. I knew Franklin in the same dormitory. Okay.
And everybody was shaking. We just left and went home. When someone said, but Mrs. Campbell, what happened? She said, they have executed the 13 people that were on trial. And everybody just scattered. So I remember vividly. Now, for those of us who are not related to these people, we felt it. And just imagine those who parents, children, aunties and uncles that were directly involved. So tomorrow is a special time, special day. We will empathize with these folks. We will sympathize with them. We'll put ourselves in their shoes. Just imagine if your father, your grandfather, your son, or your uncle, and it's being played over and over and over. It's just difficult to watch. This is not how we want to settle a dispute. No matter how badly you want to get back at somebody, this is not the remedy. Yeah, Robert Garguah, you got a final word tonight.
Oh,
Robert said you Robert said you're drinking your kind of bro.
No man, what you doing back there? You forgot you on air. You said, "Oh,
God bless."
You start bringing the Juma Jala?
It's dinner time, my man. Dinner time. They're gonna eat. Go ahead.
God bless the country. Our country is the only country we got, and we got to continue talking, and we got to continue acting. I think talking is the easy part. I think acting and or forcing those we elect to act, or forcing our people to elect the right folks, public servants. I think is critical. It's important. And let's see. Maybe this trip brings something back. Unlike many trips that the president has taken. And let's have a great day. Sometimes you feel the exhaustion. Sometimes you really get exhausted, Mr. Gayman. I'm not sure if you feel it sometimes, like you kind of get exhausted talking about the same thing over and over, and it just doesn't fix. You don't see any improvement. Every time I say I miss Liberia and I miss Liberia, but when I get to Liberia, the question is, what is different? What is different? After 1 or 2, 3 days, are you gonna feel like you just tired, you know? And so we want to see our country do better. And doing better is not an option. It's something that we must ensure happen. And so it's always a pleasure to come on whenever I can to add my voice to the voices of great Liberians, to not only analyze the issues and talk about the issues, but to also prefer solutions to some of our problems and whatnot. So always good to be on. Thank you. Great show.
Yes, and somebody keep asking what is the status of the war crime court that President Bouaka made all this PR about. Well, just like everything else they have made PR about, it was about show. Some people now believe that this thing was all about Prince Johnson. Now that Prince Johnson is no longer here, it is just another department and nothing else. So that's the status of the war crime court. I don't think you ever hear anything else about war crime court. But guys, let's do this tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in. let's come in tomorrow and hear what history has in store. Thank you, guys.